Chapter 51. Ning Feng pays a visit. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. While Lu Ming was cultivating, a loud yell suddenly boomed from outside. "Lu Ming, get your butt out here." Ning Feng? Lu Ming remembered the voice very well. It was that senior apprentice who had caused him trouble back when he had just joined the sect. "Ning Feng, you sent someone to kill me during the test. Before I could hunt you down, you've come here yourself." There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes as he got up, opened the door and walked out. After exiting his room, he saw that Pang Shi and Xueqi had gone out as well. Evidently, they were startled as well. "Senior brother Lu, what's going on?" Pang Shi wore a worried expression. "Everything's fine." Lu Ming grinned. "Lu Ming, you'd better hurry up and show yourself." Ning Feng's voice rose again, rumbling across a vast distance. Creak. Lu Ming opened the gates of the courtyard and walked out. Standing outside the courtyard were 7 or 8 youths. Ning Feng was heading the group with Yin Kai actually beside him. As for the others, they had overbearing auras as well. Clearly, they were senior apprentices of the Vermilion Bird Hall. "Lu Ming, you're finally out. I'd thought you were cowering like a tortoise in its shell." Ning Feng glared at Lu Ming icily as he spoke. In the depths of his gaze, there was a flash of deadly intent. Lu Ming had far surpassed his expectations. During the newbies test, along with the Duanmu family's cooperation, Ning Feng had sent a Master Realm expert to kill Lu Ming. Despite all that, he did not manage to kill him. To their outrage, Lu Ming had even become the apprentice champion. The moment Ning Feng heard about this, he had practically leaped up in shock. Lu Ming's talent exceeded his imagination. He must kill Lu Ming before the latter grew even stronger. "Cower like a tortoise? Ning Feng, why would I do that just because of someone like you?" Lu Ming said breezily as he stared at Ning Feng. "Heh. Lu Ming, don't think that you can act so impudently just because you've achieved the hollow title as the apprentice champion. In my eyes, you're nothing. Furthermore, your apprentice champion position was merely seized through underhanded methods. Lu Ming, do you know that you've committed a great crime? You should be kneeling down in confession." Ning Feng bellowed. By this point, the whole area had been disturbed. People started popping out of their courtyards. It was not just the new apprentices. Most of them were senior apprentices. All of them observed the situation, discussing animatedly. "Why is Ning Feng looking for Lu Ming? Is there bad blood between them?" "I don't know. Still, Ning Feng's father is the chief elder of the Vermilion Bird Hall. Thanks to his father's authority, he's always been arrogant and tyrannical, and he's used to pushing others around. To think that Lu Ming is the target this time. I heard that on the day Lu Ming joined the sect, he disrespected Ning Feng, causing Ning Feng to be publicly humiliated." No wonder. Ning Feng's energy was aggressive, but Lu Ming was not afraid in the slightest. "Ning Feng, there's no need for malicious slander. What have I done wrong?" "What wrong? Let me ask you." During the test, junior brother Yin Kai obtained that 500-point medal piece initially. However, out of your own selfish desires, you colluded with the apprentices of other halls to intercept him, causing him to lose the 500-point medal piece. The position of apprentice champion originally belonged to junior brother Yin Kai. Not only that, in order to snatch the 500-point medal piece, you brutally murdered the genius apprentice of my Vermilion Bird Hall, Yuan Lang. Such behavior makes one's blood boil. You should die 10,000 deaths for your sins. Now, shouldn't you be kneeling down to accept your punishment? Ning Feng roared furiously with a domineering aura. Not far away, some of the senior apprentices were conversing. Ning Feng really knows how to pin the blame on someone. Isn't that so? In the mystical sword sect, there were rules, and one of them included the fact that those from the same sect must not kill one another. However, at certain times and in certain places, there were exceptions such as in a life-or-death fight or during the newbies test. The newbies test was a long tradition in the mystical sword sect. In truth, everyone was well aware that the test would verify one's full capabilities. During the test, any method was fair game, including killing. Nonetheless, this was an unspoken rule that must not be proclaimed aloud. Otherwise, it was indeed a crime to kill someone from the same sect. However, Which year's apprentice champion did not kill anyone during the test? It was impossible. This was clearly a trumped-up charge. Ningfeng, did you come here to say this? With this idiotic excuse? I don't have time to entertain your nonsense. With that, Lu Ming turned around to go in. He could not be bothered with Ningfeng's bullshit. Damn you! Lu Ming's attitude set Ningfeng's teeth on edge before he howled. Brazen Lu Ming, do you even respect the sex rules? Kneel down at once. Swoosh! Ningfeng's palm slammed toward Lu Ming. The force from his palm created a whistle in the air. If this strike hit its target, Lu Ming would be gravely injured, if not killed. Senior brother Lu Ming, be careful, Pang Shi warned. Boom! At the crucial point, Lu Ming promptly twisted around and struck with the flame dragon fist. Bam! Lu Ming's fist and Ningfeng's palm collided. There was a deafening rumble. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Ming took 5 steps back. He shuddered and coughed up a mouthful of blood. You're the so-called apprentice champion. Humph. You're more like a piece of trash. Today, I'll cripple you, then take my time interrogating you. Ningfeng's expression was cruel as he spoke disdainfully. Following that, he stepped out and slammed his palm down on Lu Ming. Trying to cripple me? I'll make you pay a painful price too. Lu Ming gripped his sword hilt as his eyes blazed viciously. He decided to explode his blood meridian. Even if he had to suffer Ningfeng's palm strike, he would make him pay. Stop right there. However, just then, a delicate voice rang out as a figure dashed over like lightning. A burst of powerful palm force shot toward Ningfeng. The palm force was fierce and intense and was no weaker than Ningfeng's. Ningfeng had no choice but to turn back and counter the blow. Bam! 2 palms clashed, and Ningfeng's figure trembled slightly. Yuan Hui, it's you. Why did you stop me? When Ningfeng saw who it was, his expression shifted. Lu Ming was flabbergasted as well. The one who had attacked was a young lady who was around 18 years old and was extremely pretty. Still, Lu Ming did not know her. Why would she step in to help him? However, he understood in the next instant. Another figure came flying over. It was Feng Wu. Lu Ming, are you all right? Don't worry. Senior sister Yuan is with big sis Mulan. She won't let Ningfeng do as he pleases. Feng Wu looked at Lu Ming with a glimmer of concern in her eyes. I'm fine. Lu Ming beamed. Yuan Hui said, Ningfeng, I might as well tell you that Lu Ming got in through a recommendation from Elder Mulan. Surely now you know why I stopped you. What? Elder Mulan? When Ningfeng heard Mulan's name, he turned solemn all of a sudden. On the side, Yin Kai's face had sunk as well. How could Lu Ming be so lucky? Damn it! Yin Kai clenched his jaw. Initially, he had rejoiced inwardly when he saw Lu Ming being injured by Ningfeng. However, Yuan Hui had popped up unexpectedly. Now that you know this, you'd better leave at once. Yuan Hui glared at Ningfeng. Ningfeng's eyes gleamed, then flared up with resentment. Yuan Hui, so what if Lu Ming was recommended by Elder Mulan? He killed someone from the same sect. Such a despicable act must be severely punished. Otherwise, everyone will disregard the rules in the future. Won't that cause utter chaos? Chapter 52. A Fight After a Month. Ningfeng, do you have to come up with such crude excuses just to target me? Why don't we go to the magistrate elder and determine whether I'm guilty? Lu Ming cast a scornful glance at Ningfeng. Why do we have to go to the magistrate elder for such a small matter? Ningfeng laughed coldly. At this point, Pang Shi came forward, scratching his head with a guileless expression. Senior brother Ning, this is where you're wrong. I'm a new apprentice who has just participated in the test as well. During the test, killing each other is very common. I saw a senior brother being murdered by someone from the Duanmu family. Senior brother Ning, why didn't you lead your crew to capture that apprentice from the Duanmu family? That's right, Ningfeng. If you're so devoted to being righteous, go and seize that guy from the Duanmu family. All you can do is whine and complain here. Aren't you embarrassed? Feng Wu stood beside Lu Ming and scoffed with her pretty face. Ningfeng's face darkened all at once. He had just been asked to seize an apprentice from the Duanmu family. How could he possibly do that? Instantly, he shot an unfriendly look at Pang Shi and berated, "And who are you again? How dare you speak in this manner to me? Fuck off." After that, he looked towards Yuan Hui and shouted, "Yuan Hui, step aside at once. Ningfeng, defeat me if you can. Otherwise, you can forget about harming a single hair on Lu Ming's head." Yuan Hui was unyielding. Seeing that Yuan Hui was being so steadfast, Ningfeng's gaze flitted around uncertainly before landing on Lu Ming once more. "Lu Ming, what kind of apprentice champion are you? Is hiding behind women all you can do? Ningfeng, you've been enrolled for 4-5 years, haven't you? And you have the nerve to say that. How about this? You and Lu Ming shall fight after a year. How does that sound?" Yuan Hui suggested. "Senior sister Yuan, why wait for a year? A month is enough." Lu Ming stepped out and faced Ningfeng directly. "Ningfeng, I hereby challenge you. After 1 month, we shall meet on the Vermilion Bird stage for a battle to the death. Are you brave enough?" His clear voice carried over a long distance, arousing a loud clamor. "What? Is Lu Ming challenging Ningfeng? And the fight will be in a month. Does he have a death wish?" Ningfeng has already reached the top of the 6th grade Master Realm. Apparently, he's only a step away from the 7th grade Master Realm. Moreover, he's been working hard to hone a superior yellow-level martial arts technique for nearly 5 years. He's already reached the 5th stage, which is perfect divine-like usage. Yet, Lu Ming dares to challenge him within a month? That's right. Lu Ming's cultivation is only at 4th grade Master Realm at most. It's impossible for him to defeat Ningfeng in a month. He's too arrogant. I think that after he became the apprentice champion, he's acquired this blind confidence. He doesn't know his own strength. Those who were commenting were mostly senior apprentices who all felt that Lu Ming was being too arrogant. Ningfeng's eyes flashed with a gleeful light. "Lu Ming, are you challenging me in a month's time?" "That's right. Do you have the guts?" Lu Ming said. "Ha ha ha, what's there to be afraid of? I accept your challenge." Ningfeng guffawed. Based on Lu Ming's talent, surpassing Ningfeng in a year might not be a problem, but doing so a month from now was impossible. Lu Ming was asking for it. Since Yuan Hui stopped Ningfeng today, he might as well accept the challenge. He would slay Lu Ming in front of everyone in a month. At the thought of killing an apprentice champion, he was endlessly invigorated. "Lu Ming, I hope that in a month, you won't be cowering like a tortoise in its shell," Ningfeng taunted. "I was just about to say that to you," Lu Ming retorted. "Humph. Big talk doesn't mean anything. Let's go." Ningfeng waved his hand and swaggered off with the other senior apprentices. After Ningfeng and the rest had left, Fengwu spoke rather anxiously. "Lu Ming, you're too rash. How can you challenge Ningfeng, and within 1 month at that?" "That's right. You could have promised to fight him in a year or even 6 months. With me around, Ningfeng can't do anything against you," Yuan Hui frowned as she chimed in. She felt that Lu Ming was too cocky and she did not quite like this sort of pride. One would suffer sooner or later. Lu Ming smiled. "It's fine. Still, I must thank you for your help today, Senior Sister Yuan." "There's no need for that. I did so in consideration of Elder Mu Lan. I hope that you'll do well for yourself." After saying that, Yuan Hui turned to leave. "Lu Ming, train diligently during this time. If you need help with anything, feel free to look for me," Fengwu said. Lu Ming nodded. "For sure. I'll be leaving then." She shot him a look, then went off as well. "Senior brother Lu Ming, I believe that you'll certainly win," Pang Shi came over and assured her. "How could it be that easy to beat Ningfeng? Let me tell you. Ningfeng's cultivation has apparently reached the top of the 6th grade Master Realm. Plus, his father is a chief elder of the Vermilion Bird Hall," Hua Qi said coldly from the side. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Although Hua Qi appeared aloof, he was actually concerned. Hence he was warning Lu Ming. "I believe in senior brother Lu Ming, the apprentice champion." Pang Shi cracked a wide grin. "Ha, how naive." Hua Qi shook his head and returned to the courtyard. "The top of the 6th grade Master Realm, is that it?" Lu Ming muttered with a determined look. After exchanging a few words with Pang Shi, he went down from Vermilion Bird Peak and headed towards the Mystical Sword Sect's Contribution Hall. The Mystical Sword Sect's Contribution Hall was near the center of the four halls and was the busiest place in the Mystical Sword Sect. As the center of the four halls, Qilin Hall was in this area, along with the Contribution Hall, the Mission Hall and so on. Lu Ming decided to go to the Contribution Hall and see if there were any blood mist rocks he could exchange. After half an hour, he arrived at the Contribution Hall, which spanned dozens of hectares. It was very spacious with throngs of crowds that livened up the place. Small rooms were built in the four corners of the hall. Lu Ming noticed that a person would come out before someone else could go in. Each time someone entered, a sign saying "Occupied" would be hung on the door of the small room. This was to safeguard the privacy of the apprentices in the halls. After all, some apprentices might be exchanging precious items. If those with ill intentions learned of this, it might be detrimental to those apprentices. Lu Ming looked around and noticed a room from which someone was coming out. He then hurriedly entered that room. The space inside was not very large. There was a table, along with some chairs. At one side was the counter, by which sat an old man with silvery hair. When the old man saw Lu Ming, he beamed and asked, "Young one, are you exchanging items for contribution points? Or contribution points for items?" "Senior, I want to ask if there are blood mist rocks here that I can exchange for?" Lu Ming asked and stared at the old man expectantly. "Blood mist rocks? You want to exchange items for blood mist rocks?" The old man raised an eyebrow and asked in astonishment. "Were they unavailable?" Lu Ming's heart leaped as he asked, "Senior, are there no blood mist rocks here?" "There are, of course, but the price of blood mist rocks isn't low. One caddy of blood mist rocks costs 3,000 sect contribution points," the old man said. Despite being mentally prepared, this price still made Lu Ming gasp in shock. What? 3,000 sect contribution points? Chapter 53. Spending Money Like Water. 3,000 sect contribution points were equivalent to 300,000 taels of Asilavirer. Furthermore, Lu Ming needed 1.5 caddies of blood mist rock, which meant that he needed 4,500 contribution points. He only had 7,000 contribution points. In one go, 2/3 would be gone. "Young buddy, are you still going to make the exchange?" the old man asked with a smile. "I'll do it, of course. I'll exchange for it," Lu Ming said through gritted teeth. No matter how many contribution points it required, he would make the exchange. Regardless of how many contribution points he had, their true value would only manifest if he converted them into power. If he simply hoarded them, they were just a bunch of numbers. The old man was slightly taken aback. He noticed that Lu Ming was not very old, so he thought he could not afford it. He was surprised to think that Lu Ming could actually hand over so many contribution points. Lu Ming took out his identity jade piece and passed it to the old man. "Senior, here's my identity jade piece." The old man took Lu Ming's identity jade piece and placed it on a disc-like metal platform. The metal platform flickered brightly. Then, a row of words appeared. This was Lu Ming's personal information. When the old man read his personal information, he was slightly startled before breaking out into a grin. "So you're this year's apprentice champion, Lu Ming. Haha, honored to meet you." "You're too kind, senior. Apprentice champion is merely an empty title." Lu Ming shook his head. The old man nodded. Despite obtaining the apprentice champion position, Lu Ming was still modest. His impression of Lu Ming improved tremendously. Following that, he swiped a few times across the metal platform. Lu Ming noticed that the words were changing. His 7,000 contribution points became 2,500 in an instant. After the contribution points were deducted, the old man returned the identity jade piece to Lu Ming. Following that, he turned and disappeared into a door behind him. After a while, he returned with a metal box in his hand. "The blood mist rock is inside. There's precisely 1.5 caddies. Have a look," the old man said with a smile. Lu Ming took it and opened the metal box in anticipation. A fist-sized blood-red rock was inside, cut into a neat square. The strange thing was that above the rock, there was a floating layer of pale red mist. The blood mist rock. I've finally gathered the 3 most important treasures. I can cultivate the true war dragon technique to the 2nd stage now. Lu Ming was filled with delight. After keeping the blood mist rock away, he added, "Senior, I need a few other things." Following that, Lu Ming listed out the other materials needed to cultivate the 2nd stage of the true war dragon technique. These other materials were much cheaper. In total, they cost only 200 contribution points. After some thought, Lu Ming asked, "Senior, do you have demonic beast blood essence?" Demonic beast blood essence? That's a material needed by alchemists in refining pills and equipment. Are you actually an alchemist? The old man asked, stunned. Lu Ming shook his head. No, I have other uses for it. The old man nodded and did not question further. He merely said, "What level of demonic beast blood essence do you need?" 4th and 5th grade 2nd level. Lu Ming replied. The old man said, "A portion of 4th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence costs 50 contribution points while a portion of 5th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence costs 100 contribution points," the old man responded. "It's that expensive?" Lu Ming gasped in shock once again. 4th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence cost 50 contribution points per portion, which was equivalent to 5,000 taels of Silavira. One should know that a single superior 1st level spiritual weapon was less than 5,000 taels of a Silavira. This was truly outrageously overpriced. The old man smiled and explained, "Young buddy, it's actually not that expensive. You should know that once a demonic beast dies, the vitality of its blood essence will dissipate after an hour and lose its effect." That's right. Lu Ming nodded. He was well aware of this. When his spirit-devouring worm blood meridian consumed the blood essence of demonic beasts or humans, it must be done within an hour of their death. Otherwise, the blood chi would evaporate and it would have no effect. Therefore, in order to preserve the demonic beast blood essence, a spirit sealing crystal must be used. This crystal is a single-use item. Moreover, the higher the level of the demonic beast blood essence, the higher the quality of the spirit sealing crystal must be. Thus, the price of the demonic beast's blood essence is so expensive. The old man continued his explanation. Lu Ming nodded. He knew that this was the reason. "Senior, give me 10 portions each of 4th and 5th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence," Lu Ming said with a clenched jaw. In order to rapidly improve his cultivation in 1 month, he could only devour demonic beast blood essence. As for going out into the wild to hunt down demonic beasts, it was too inefficient. Previously, in their test venue, other than the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard, the highest level of the demonic beasts was only at 4th grade 2nd level. To hunt demonic beasts above 4th grade 2nd level, he would have to head into further, more dangerous territory. Even putting aside the level of risk, looking for a suitable demonic beast might take a long time and was not worth it at all. Purchasing demonic beast blood essence directly was the most convenient method. "All right, I'll prepare your demonic beast blood essence," the old man said. After a moment, he came back with the demonic beast blood essence, and 1,500 contribution points were deducted from Lu Ming's account. All at once, he was left only with 700 contribution points. His rate of spending was terribly fast, and Lu Ming felt a pang in his heart. Still, being able to convert all this into more strength was worth it. Only by increasing his capability could he obtain more treasures and contribution points. After putting the demonic beast blood essence and the blood mist rock away, Lu Ming left the contribution hall and returned to his residence. Upon his return, he did not immediately tackle the 2nd stage of the true war dragon technique because his cultivation was not fully fortified. His essential chi was not pure enough. Under such circumstances, it was difficult to cultivate the 2nd stage of the true war dragon technique successfully. If he cultivated it recklessly, he might waste the precious materials that he had obtained through immense effort. Therefore, if he cultivated it, he must ensure success within a single attempt. Lu Ming continued to hone his true war dragon technique diligently. After 8 days, Lu Ming's cultivation was fully stable at last. Even so, he spent 2 more days assimilating the essential chi in his body until it was incomparably refined. Only then was he prepared to begin tackling the 2nd stage of the true war dragon technique. Now I must prepare the materials. Lu Ming took out the spirit-condensing fruit, the blood of the lightning leopard, the blood mist rock, and other materials. He measured them out and mixed these according to the steps listed out in the true war dragon technique. Although he was not an alchemist, this was not a process of refining pills. It was a simple mixture that he could achieve easily. After these materials were mixed together, they formed a blood-red liquid that gave off a wisp of fragrance. Begin! After the materials were prepared, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on his head, then swallowed the resulting blood-red liquid all in one gulp. After swallowing it, this blood-red liquid seemed to erupt like a volcano, flaring up with waves of scorching energy that surged towards his meridian. Once it entered his meridian, it combined with his essential qi, and finally entered the qi cyclone in his dantian. Buzz buzz. This burst of energy was crackling with intense lightning as it started to refine Lu Ming's essential qi. Lu Ming mobilized the true war dragon technique at full force, working with this energy to charge towards the second stage of the true war dragon technique. Chapter 54. Elder Mulan. After half a day, a rumble rose within Lu Ming's body like the faint roar of a dragon. The qi cyclone in his dantian started to revolver furiously as the spiritual energy of the world converged wildly upon his body. Lu Ming's body was like a bottomless pit that frantically consumed spiritual energy. Even Hua Qi and Pang Shi in the other two rooms were startled. This is Lu Ming's cultivation level. Has he broken through? Why is there such a massive reaction? The speed at which spiritual energy is being devoured is even scarier than a 5th level blood meridian. Did Lu Ming's blood meridian actually surpass the 5th level? Hua Qi's eyes widened in awe. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The commotion only died after a while. In the room, Lu Ming opened his eyes. The second stage of the true war dragon technique is finally cultivated. What rich and condensed essential qi! Lu Ming examined the surging compact essential qi in his body with an expression of ecstasy. Currently, his essential qi was 3 times that of most people. Of course, most people in this context meant those who cultivated the yellow level techniques. This was because the higher the level of a cultivated technique was, the more sorts of mystical abilities one would have. Then, the resulting essential qi cultivated from certain high-level techniques would be richer and denser. Of course, that could not possibly reach an extent as fearsome as the true war dragon technique. After that, Lu Ming got up and exited the room. Having cultivated for 10 days or so, he wanted to take a stroll outside and relax. The moment he was out of his room, he saw that Hua Qi and Pang Shi were walking out too. When Pang Shi noticed Lu Ming, he smiled and asked, "Senior brother Lu, are you going for the lecture as well?" Lecture? Lu Ming appeared blank. Yup, today an elder from the Vermilion Bird Hall is giving us a lecture, covering some information on cultivation as well as things to take note of. Senior brother Lu, didn't you know? Pang Shi patted his own head. Cough cough. Lu Ming gave a few awkward coughs. He truly did not know. These days, he had been busy cultivating and practically did not step out at all. Then let's go together, Lu Ming said with a grin. He had just finished his period of seclusion, so he could go and listen. Lu Ming had only begun properly cultivating for a few months. During this time, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. On the other hand, he had neglected certain basics, so attending the lecture would surely benefit him. Lu Ming and Pang Shi walked side by side while Hua Qi trailed behind with a stony expression. The elder's lecture was on the other side of Vermilion Bird Peak. There was a gigantic square in which cattail hassocks were arranged. At that moment, there were already a few hundred people sitting on the hassocks in the square. They were all newly enrolled apprentices. Look, Lu Ming is here. I've heard that after Lu Ming challenged senior brother Ning Feng, he went into seclusion. Now, he's finally shown up. When the apprentices saw Lu Ming, they could not refrain from exchanging whispers. Lu Ming could not be bothered about them and found a hassock to sit down on. As time passed, the audience grew. In the end, there were around 500 people. Initially, the Vermilion Bird Hall had 1,000 newly enrolled apprentices or so. However, during the test, about 200 of them were killed, leaving only 800 behind. There were also some who were in seclusion or otherwise occupied. This was common enough. Just then, a figure came flitting elegantly over the square. When Lu Ming noticed this figure, his eyes widened. Mulan? The figure was Mulan, whom he had not seen for a few months. She was wearing a tight, black dress in a unique style. So beautiful. As expected, there was a male apprentice beside Lu Ming who stared at Mulan with his mouth agape. He was practically drooling. He was not the only one. The other male apprentices in the square acted similarly. They wore dazed, lewd expressions as they stared at Mulan above them. Most of these apprentices were 15 to 16-year-old youths, bursting with hormones. How could they resist Mulan's charm? Humph, you're all depraved. Perverts. All the female apprentices were annoyed as they snorted coldly. All right, please be seated. Let me introduce myself. I'm Mulan, the elder who will be giving you a lecture today. Mulan's gaze circled around and paused upon Lu Ming. By Lu Ming's side, Pang Shi was astounded. What? She's the elder? How could she be so young? Don't you know anything? Let me tell you. Elder Mulan has outstanding talent and unparalleled beauty. She's only 20 years old, yet her cultivation is immeasurably profound. She's very likely to become the next gold-robed apprentice. Behind them, Xueqi curled his lips. Still, his eyes fixed upon Mulan in an incomparably fervent manner. Is she that incredible? Then, how did she become an elder? Pang Shi asked curiously. In the mystical sword sect, true prodigies would not become elders. The roles of elders and attendants usually fell upon those who were older, or in other words, those whose potential had been exhausted. Mulan's current age was the prime of her cultivation. Furthermore, she had such exceptional talent. It was rare for someone like her to become an elder. I don't know either. There aren't many who would know why Elder Mulan suddenly chose to become an elder. Elder Mulan is my goddess. My goal is to become a preeminent expert and succeed wooing her. Xueqi wore the expression of a love-struck fool. Above them, Mulan sat crossed-legged on a cattail hassock and said, All right, let's begin the lecture. First of all, let's talk about the novice realm. She started to discuss some details regarding the novice realm, explaining the aspects to pay attention to, as well as the purpose of this realm. Her lecture was very detailed and covered all areas. After she finished speaking about the novice realm, she moved on to the warrior realm, then the master realm. Lu Ming listened very closely. There were actually many things he had not noticed before, or simply had not understood. After the lecture, he felt that he had learned a lot. Moreover, he was secretly stunned by the depths of Mulan's learning and the keenness of her understanding. The lecture lasted for 2 hours before Mulan stopped. All right, that's all for today. You may leave. She waved her hand, then directed her gaze at Lu Ming and called out, Lu Ming, stay behind. Very well. Lu Ming was slightly taken aback and quickly nodded. Even so, Mulan's words had caused another stir of whispers. Why did Elder Mulan ask Lu Ming to stay? Do they know each other? Surely Elder Mulan hasn't taken a fancy to Lu Ming? Bah, how's that possible? Elder Mulan is my goddess, so it's definitely impossible. Oh, how I envy Lu Ming. He gets to be alone with Elder Mulan. Ah, Elder Mulan is really drop-dead gorgeous. If I can marry her, I'll be willing to give up 10 years of my life. Stop daydreaming. The apprentices all around stared at Lu Ming with envy, admiration, and resentment. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Mulan's charm was truly too powerful. How could this be? Why would Elder Mulan ask Lu Ming alone to stay back? Lu Ming, you'd better behave honorably. Otherwise, I'll have to deal with you. Xueqi glowered at Lu Ming in anguish, wishing desperately that it was he who got to stay behind. Lu Ming scratched his nose somewhat speechlessly and went towards Mulan. After a moment, everyone dispersed from the square, leaving only Mulan and Lu Ming behind. Both of them sat facing each other. Chapter 55. 4th Grade Master Realm. Lu Ming, after a few months apart, you haven't disappointed me indeed. Mulan wore a pondering smile, her large eyes shining as she gazed at Lu Ming. There was none of the solemnity from her lecture just now. Lu Ming's heart was pounding erratically from being at such a close distance to her. Elder Mulan, why did you ask me to stay behind? Mulan grinned. There's no need to be so formal. Treat me as your senior sister. Senior sister Mu. Lu Ming performed a fist salute. Lu Ming, you've caused quite an uproar indeed. You've become the apprentice champion just after enrolling. To be honest, it's beyond my expectations. Mu Lan scrutinized him carefully for a moment, then asked in a curious manner, during the test, you're the one who killed Duanmu Ju, weren't you? That's right. Lu Ming did not hide the truth. In fact, something like this would be easily surmised, so there was no need to cover it up. I knew it. Still, you must be careful. Duanmu Ju was a rare genius of the Duanmu family. They won't let you get away with it so easily. Plus, you've challenged Ning Feng. Are you sure about victory? Mu Lan asked rather worriedly. I'm about 60–70% sure. Lu Ming declared. 60 to 70%? Looks like you're very confident. Mu Lan stared at Lu Ming, flabbergasted. He just smiled faintly. You should know a little about Ning Feng's strength, but did you know that his father is the chief elder of the Vermilion Bird Hall? Mu Lan asked. I do. Lu Ming nodded. He had learned about this from Xueqi. The elders of mystical sword sect were divided into ordinary elders, Silavira-robed elders, and gold-robed elders. Silavira-robed elders and gold-robed elders had substantial authority as their position held great weight. As for ordinary elders, most of them held hollow titles and they did not have much power. Even so, amongst the ordinary elders, there was a type of elder who had immense authority, and that was the chief elder. The chief elder was the highest rank among the ordinary elders, second only to Silavira-robed elders. Of course, his cultivation was formidable as well. Lu Ming had once heard Feng Wu mention that Mu Lan was a chief elder in the Vermilion Bird Hall. However, there's one thing you're definitely unaware of. Ning Feng's father has pledged allegiance to the Duanmu family. Therefore, this time around, the Duanmu family will surely support Ning Feng with all they have. Ning Feng is already a top 6th grade master in the first place. What I'm most afraid of is that he'll achieve a breakthrough in this period. Mu Lan's expression was serious. Humph, the Duanmu family again. Lu Ming's eyes flashed icily. Therefore, Lu Ming, if you need any help from me, please ask, Mu Lan said. Really? In that case, senior sister Mu Lan, can you lend me 3,000 contribution points? Lu Ming stared at Mu Lan anxiously. He only had 700 contribution points now. It was hardly empowering, so it would be better to borrow some as a reserve. 3,000 contribution points? Why do you need so many contribution points? Your newbie's test awarded you with 7,000 contribution points, didn't it? I've used them up. Used? Used up? Mu Lan was rather speechless. He used 7,000 contribution points up in such a short time. Did Lu Ming eat his contribution points or something? That's right, they're used up. Senior sister Mu Lan, could you lend me some? He pouted at Mu Lan pitifully. All right, give me your identity jade piece, she said. Lu Ming took out his identity jade piece and handed it to her. After she took it and then took out her own identity jade piece. She placed the two identity jade pieces together, then channeled her essential qi. The light of the jade pieces started to twinkle. Mu Lan's soft, smooth finger swiped over her identity jade piece a few times, following which the glow of the identity jade pieces slowly dimmed. When Lu Ming took back his identity jade piece and looked, he had an additional 3,000 contribution points. Lu Ming, when you've earned some contribution points, you must pay me back. You know very well that women have huge expenses. Mu Lan fixed Lu Ming with her unwavering stare with distress plain on her face. How petty of you when you were just proudly announcing that I should ask you if I need any help. Lu Ming muttered to himself darkly. What did you say? Mu Lan gave him a sudden glare that pinned him down viciously. Nothing, I didn't say anything. Senior sister Mu Lan, I'm going back to cultivate. Lu Ming tore off in a hurry. As she stared into the direction where Lu Ming had left, Mu Lan's face broke into a smile again, and she said softly, how interesting. Lu Ming, I hope you don't disappoint me. Although it's still a long way from now, one day you just might have a chance to enter that place. 1. With that, she got up and left as well. Upon returning to his residence, Lu Ming went into the Supreme Shrine, then sat down cross-legged. He took out a jade box and opened it. 10 crystal pieces were nestled inside. Each of these crystals was sealed in 9 blood-red drops of blood essence. These 10 crystals contained 4th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence. Lu Ming picked up a piece and pinched it forcefully. Inscriptions flickered upon the surface of the spirit sealing crystal. Snap! Following that, the spirit sealing crystal shattered into a pile of fragments. 9 drops of demonic beast blood essence floated up. Devour! Lu Ming immediately controlled his blood meridian to create a powerful suction, consuming the 9 drops of blood essence. In a short while, they were transformed into energy that surged throughout his body. Lu Ming activated the true war dragon technique, starting to absorb and cultivate this energy. His cultivation level swiftly advanced. Soon enough, the blood essence of a single demonic beast was fully processed. The vital energy contained within the blood essence is less potent than that from a fresh kill. Lu Ming was carefully evaluating the situation. This was to be expected. Although the spirit sealing crystal could seal off energy loss, it was not 100% effective. Some of it would still be lost regardless. Let's go on. Lu Ming shattered a second spirit sealing crystal and began cultivating. In a flash, a whole day passed. The 10 portions of 4th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence had been completely cultivated. Even so, Lu Ming's cultivation did not progress to the 4th grade master realm. He was still at the top of the 3rd grade master realm. As expected, after honing the second stage of the true war dragon technique, it takes up even more energy. Lu Ming pondered hopelessly. Before this, at the first stage of the true war dragon technique, the density of his essential chi was 2 times greater than ordinary essential chi. At that time, the energy required to advance his cultivation was 3 times more than other essential chi. Now that the density of his essential chi was 3 times greater than usual, the required energy was 9 times more than other essential chi. It was a terrifying 9-fold increase. Another aspect was that his blood meridian still had not leveled up. It was still a 3rd level blood meridian. He had consumed the blood essence of 10 4th grade 2nd level demonic beasts, yet he still had not leveled up. Logically, his blood meridian should have increased in level. Was a 3rd level blood meridian really his limit? Lu Ming would not accept that. I don't care. You reap what you sow, after all. I'll go on cultivating. He took out another jade box. This one contained 10 portions of 5th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence. Following that, he began to devour and refine the 5th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence. As expected of a 5th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence, the vital energy it contained was many times more than that of a 4th grade 2nd level. After Lu Ming had processed the blood essence of 6 5th grade 2nd level demonic beasts, his cultivation finally experienced a breakthrough, reaching the 4th grade master realm. Chapter 56. Evo-levered blood meridian. Lu Ming opened his eyes and a radiant gleam flashed in his eyes. 4th grade master realm. The devouring speed of the blood essence is terrifying indeed. It only took a day for me to go from the beginner stage of the 3rd grade master realm to the 4th grade master realm. However, this isn't enough. Ning Feng's a top 6th grade master, and no one knows if he'll break through this time. I've got to improve further. Lu Ming made his way to the contribution hall once again. This time, he exchanged the 80,000 taels of Asai Lavirer he got from Duanmu Ju into sect contribution points. 80,000 taels of Asai Lavirer were equivalent to 800 sect contribution points. With his own 700 points, and the 3,000 points Lu Ming borrowed from Mulan, he had a total of 4,500 points, and he exchanged everything with demonic beast's blood essence. Lu Ming got 15 portions of 5th grade 2nd level demonic beast's blood essence, and another 15 portions of 6th grade 2nd level demonic beast's blood essence. In the blink of an eye, he finished all his sect contribution points. Poor, I'm simply too poor. Lu Ming sighed. He continued with his cultivation when he got back to his room. 2 days later, Lu Ming had devoured a total of 19 5th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence, including the 4 portions he previously purchased. His cultivation reached the top of the 4th grade master realm, so he was just a sliver more to the peak of the top of the 4th grade master realm. After the 5th grade 2nd level demonic beast's blood essences, Lu Ming continued devouring 6th grade 2nd level demonic beast's blood essences. With merely 3 portions, Lu Ming's cultivation reached peak top 4th grade master realm. As he continued devouring 3 more 6th grade 2nd level demonic beast's blood essence, there were no signs of improvement in his cultivation, which meant that he had no hope of reaching the 5th grade master realm anytime soon. My cultivation was raised too quickly. My essential chi's tainted and my foundation's shaky. I've gotta stop to consolidate and reinforce my cultivation. Lu Ming laughed bitterly. Lu Ming focused fully on reinforcing his cultivation, temporarily putting devouring blood essence aside. He also practiced his martial arts techniques in his spare time. 10 days had passed, and it was barely 2 days away from the agreement with Ning Feng a month ago. In the span of these 10 days, Lu Ming's flame dragon fist had reached the 6th stage, one with the martial arts. However, no matter how much Lu Ming practiced, his lustrous sword technique remained stagnant at the 5th stage. Besides that, he was almost done reinforcing his cultivation. I'll start breaking through now. Lu Ming started attempting cultivation breakthroughs after devouring more 6th grade 2nd level demonic beast's blood essences. Roar! Roar! The demonic beast's blood essence transformed into streams of dragon-like essential chi that grew larger as they soared in Lu Ming's meridians. Eventually, all the dragon-like essential chi gathered at the chi cyclone in the Dantian. Whoosh whoosh! After 1.5 days, Lu Ming's chi cyclone spun quickly, and with a shudder, it expanded to 2 times its original size. I've finally broken through to 5th grade master realm. Lu Ming opened his eyes happily. Buzz! He felt a numbing sensation on his spine, and in a burst of red light, a finger-sized spirit-devouring worm appeared, tumbling about in the air. The spirit-devouring worm began to lengthen and thicken. In 2 hours, it became like a small snake that was as thick as a thumb and about 50 centimeters long. Yes, it did look like a little black, scaly snake hovering in the air. There were 4 bright red meridian focal points on that little snake. In terms of advancement, Lu Ming's blood meridians had finally advanced, but they needed more blood essence than expected. This advancement also came with a change in appearance for Lu Ming's blood meridian. I don't think I can call this a worm anymore, right? Should I change its name to snake? Lu Ming was confused. This was unheard of. A blood meridian that could advance in levels and evolve. I'm not sure if it'll continue evolevering in the future. You know what? I'll just call it the Spirit Devourer then. Lu Ming thought enthusiastically. In one of the more spacious courtyards in the Vermilion Bird Hall stood 2 figures. It was Ning Feng, and the other one was Ning Kong, his father. Fenger, how confident are you in defeating Lu Ming? Ning Kong asked. Don't worry, Dad. I'll surely kill Lu Ming on the Vermilion Bird stage, Ning Feng replied confidently. Don't undervalue your enemy, Fenger. This Lu Ming's the apprentice champion, and he initiated the challenge, so he must have something up his sleeve. Don't underestimate him, Ning Kong advised. Ning Feng laughed and said, I wouldn't be so sure before this, Dad, but my cultivation broke through to another level yesterday. You broke through? Fenger, did you just say you broke through? Ning Kong was overjoyed. Yes, Dad. Ning Feng chuckled. An aura stronger than a top 6th grade master radiated from within him. Ha ha ha, good. I'm more at ease now. The Duanmu family has placed a lot of emphasis on this matter, so as long as you kill Lu Ming, our position in the Duanmu family will rise to greater heights. The Duanmu family is gradually growing in power and influence, which means we'll be in a better place if we continue serving them faithfully. Ning Kong laughed as he passed a jade bottle to Ning Feng. Fenger, here's a spirit-exploding pill I've requested from the Duanmu family. It was meant for you to kill Lu Ming, but since you have broken through in your cultivation, you probably won't need it. Still, bring it with you, just in case. Thanks, Dad. Ning Feng took the jade bottle. All right, time's almost up. Let's head over to the Vermilion Bird stage, said Ning Kong. On the other side, Lu Ming packed up and walked out of his room only to see Hua Qi and Pang Shi waiting for him. Senior brother Lu will go with you, Pang Shi said. Don't you dare lose, Lu Ming. You can only lose to me, apprentice champion, Hua Qi said coldly. Let's go. Lu Ming smiled and walked out of the doorway. The Vermilion Bird stage was located on the east side of the foot of the Vermilion Bird Peak. It was very spacious since it was specially designed for hall apprentices to duel against each other. At that moment, there were already thousands of people crowding around the Vermilion Bird Hall. Some were new apprentices, but there were mostly senior apprentices and elders were present. It was unheard of to have the newly emerged apprentice champion challenging a senior apprentice who was 4 to 5 years older to a duel. Many were there because they were intrigued. Where did Lu Ming get that confidence and courage from? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Chief Elder Ning Kong's here. Ning Feng's here too. Ning Feng and Ning Kong walked in together with a troop of people by their side. The same bunch walked toward the upper area and headed towards one of the viewing platforms. Elder Mulan's here too. Really? Where? An even larger commotion erupted. Mulan walked in daintily with her group, which included Feng Wu and Yuan Hui. They too made their way to the viewing platform in the upper area. Chapter 56. Evo-Levered Blood Meridian. Lu Ming opened his eyes and a radiant gleam flashed in his eyes. 4th grade Master Realm. The devouring speed of the blood essence is terrifying indeed. It only took a day for me to go from the beginner stage of the 3rd grade Master Realm to the 4th grade Master Realm. However, this isn't enough. Ning Feng's a top 6th grade master, and no one knows if he'll break through this time. I've got to improve further. Lu Ming made his way to the contribution hall once again. This time, he exchanged the 80,000 taels of Asilavirer he got from Duanmu Ju into sect contribution points. 80,000 taels of Asilavirer were equivalent to 800 sect contribution points. With his own 700 points, and the 3,000 points Lu Ming borrowed from Mulan, he had a total of 4,500 points, and he exchanged everything with Demonic Beast's blood essence. Lu Ming got 15 portions of 5th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast's blood essence, and another 15 portions of 6th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast's blood essence. In the blink of an eye, he finished all his sect contribution points. Poor, I'm simply too poor. Lu Ming sighed. He continued with his cultivation when he got back to his room. 2 days later, Lu Ming had devoured a total of 19 5th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast blood essence, including the 4 portions he previously purchased. His cultivation reached the top of the 4th grade Master Realm, so he was just a sliver more to the peak of the top of the 4th grade Master Realm. After the 5th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast's blood essences, Lu Ming continued devouring 6th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast's blood essences. With merely 3 portions, Lu Ming's cultivation reached peak top 4th grade Master Realm. As he continued devouring 3 more 6th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast's blood essence, there were no signs of improvement in his cultivation, which meant that he had no hope of reaching the 5th grade Master Realm anytime soon. My cultivation was raised too quickly. My essential chi's tainted and my foundations shaky. I've got to stop to consolidate and reinforce my cultivation. Lu Ming laughed bitterly. Lu Ming focused fully on reinforcing his cultivation, temporarily putting devouring blood essence aside. He also practiced his martial arts techniques in his spare time. 10 days had passed, and it was barely 2 days away from the agreement with Ning Feng a month ago. In the span of these 10 days, Lu Ming's Flame Dragon Fist had reached the 6th stage, one with the martial arts. However, no matter how much Lu Ming practiced, his lustrous sword technique remained stagnant at the 5th stage. Besides that, he was almost done reinforcing his cultivation. I'll start breaking through now. Lu Ming started attempting cultivation breakthroughs after devouring more 6th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast's blood essences. Roar! Roar! The Demonic Beast's blood essence transformed into streams of dragon-like essential chi that grew larger as they soared in Lu Ming's meridians. Eventually, all the dragon-like essential chi gathered at the chi cyclone in the Dantian. Whoosh whoosh. After 1.5 days, Lu Ming's chi cyclone spun quickly, and with a shudder, it expanded to 2 times its original size. I've finally broken through to 5th grade Master Realm. Lu Ming opened his eyes happily. Buzz! He felt a numbing sensation on his spine, and in a burst of red light, a finger-sized spirit-devouring worm appeared, tumbling about in the air. The spirit-devouring worm began to lengthen and thicken. In 2 hours, it became like a small snake that was as thick as a thumb and about 50 centimeters long. Yes, it did look like a little black, scaly snake hovering in the air. There were 4 bright red meridian focal points on that little snake. In terms of advancement, Lu Ming's blood meridians had finally advanced, but they needed more blood essence than expected. This advancement also came with a change in appearance for Lu Ming's blood meridian. I don't think I can call this a worm anymore, right? Should I change its name to snake? Lu Ming was confused. Ming Kong scoffed. On the vermilion bird stage, Ning Feng roared in his heart. This Lu Ming's crazy talented. Destroy him. I must kill him today, or else, there'll no longer be a place for me in the vermilion bird hall. Clang. His sword was unsheathed. Demonic wind sword technique tumbling clouds in the wind. At that same moment, Ning Feng unleashed his powers and sword chi exploded. He swung his sword and attacked Lu Ming with all his might, intending to kill. Lu Ming smirked coldly and unsheathed his own sword. His sword chi beamed like shooting stars, slicing the air with ear-piercing whistles. This was not the onyx blade sword, but the celestial star sword, the sword his father had left behind. The onyx blade sword was only a superior first-level spiritual weapon, and was not strong enough for the duel with Ning Feng. On the other hand, the sword that Lu Ming's father left him was a superior second-level spiritual weapon. That was sufficient enough to exhibit his strength at full power. Clang! Both swords collided with a roaring clang. Both Lu Ming and Ning Feng shuddered. They continued fighting. Clang! Clang! As the swords collided, sword chi spewed everywhere. The two fighting figures were visually drowned by the constant beams of sword light. Strong, so strong. Lu Ming can actually duel with Ning Feng. Even with the demonic wind sword technique, Ning Feng's 5th stage superior yellow-level sword technique, Lu Ming seems to be of equal fighting strength with his sword technique. Unbelievable. This duel's definitely worth watching. Senior apprentices could barely remain calm as they witnessed what was happening on stage. Demonic wind sword technique world execution through wind. Demonic wind sword technique mad hurricane wipe out. Ning Feng fought constantly with powerful moves from the demonic wind sword technique. In a flash, 50 moves were exchanged between both of them. Clang! Lu Ming and Ning Feng separated abruptly after a loud clang. I'll admit that you have pretty good skills to be able to duel with me like this, Lu Ming. But today you shall die. Now, let me show you what I'm capable of. Boom! There was a sudden blast that came from within Ning Feng, and his aura increased at an alarming speed as a mountain-like aura erupted from him. 7th grade Master Realm. Ning Feng's a 7th grade Master. Lu Ming is done for. A 7th grade Master Realm is incomparable with a 6th grade Master. Lu Ming's gonna die now that Ning Feng's broken through. What a waste of a super genius. So what if he's a genius? There are plenty of geniuses under the sun, and only God knows how many geniuses have died every year. Geniuses who don't live long are worth nothing. As soon as Ning Feng displayed his 7th grade Master Realm cultivation, almost everyone thought that Lu Ming was done for. On the viewing platform, Mulan, Feng Wu, and the rest looked shocked and worried. Ha ha! Ning Kong roared with laughter and said, "You didn't expect it, didn't you, Mulan? This time, Lu Ming must die." There was a glint in Mulan's eyes, but she did not respond. Deep down, she was unsure too. Could Lu Ming withstand Ning Feng's blows? I'll show you my full strength now, Lu Ming. The only price you have to pay for witnessing this is death. Ning Feng boasted proudly as a blood-red light flashed above him. Blood Meridian Explosion. He had a 4th level Blood Meridian, so he had a 40% increase in power after his Blood Meridian explosion. Demonic Wind Sword technique tumbling clouds in the wind. Ning Feng's sword hacked towards Lu Ming accompanied by a howling gale that turned into beams of sword light. Although it was the same move, it was much stronger when compared to the one before that. That's more like it. On the Vermilion Bird stage, Lu Ming squinted and stomped heavily on stage. His body shot out like lightning. At the same time, his aura drastically increased as he shot out. Chapter 58. Spirit Exploding Pill. Boom! A formidable aura erupted from within Lu Ming. His essential chi flowed freely around him as his hair fluttered. At that moment, Lu Ming's aura did not seem weaker than Ning Feng's. In the duel with Ning Feng just now, Lu Ming had only exerted 50% of his power. Now, he was giving it 100%. Clang! As Lu Ming and Ning Feng's swords violently collided, sparks flew everywhere. Beams of razor-sharp sword qi pierced through the air and shot everywhere. Boom! Boom! Both Lu Ming and Ning Feng stumbled a few steps backward after a hit. Damn it! Dang! Ning Feng roared as he attacked Lu Ming once more. Fight! Lu Ming's gaze hardened. His hair was blowing frantically in the wind as a strong fighting intent erupted from his body. He stomped hard and charged towards Ning Feng. Clang! Clang! As Lu Ming and Ning Feng's attacks continued to collide, there was formidable sword qi everywhere as a result of that show. It was a few dozen moves in just the blink of an eye. There was no clear winner at that point. How could this be? Impossible. How is Lu Ming so strong? Ning Feng was shocked beyond words. He was a 7th grade Master Realm, and with his 5th stage superior yellow-level sword technique that emphasized speed, he could say that his sword was as fast as lightning and as swift as the wind. Lu Ming could not only counter his attacks with a similar speed since his essential qi was no weaker than Ning Feng's. Little did he know that Lu Ming had cultivated a divine-level martial arts technique, so his essential qi was 3 times the viscosity of normal essential qi. At the first stage of the true War Dragon technique, Lu Ming could already kill an opponent a grade higher than he was. Now that Lu Ming was on the 2nd stage of the true War Dragon technique, even if Ning Feng was 2 grades higher than Lu Ming, he would have still lost to Lu Ming. Besides Ning Feng, all the people watching the duel were stupefied. Lu Ming could actually come to a tie with a 7th grade Master Realm Ning Feng. It was unimaginable. Everyone held their breath as they watched the stage intently so as not to disturb the duo fighting on stage. Clang! Clang! On the Vermilion Bird stage, Ning Feng and Lu Ming continued to fight. 7th grade Master Realm isn't weak indeed. I can beat him as soon as I explode my blood meridians, but it's not the time for that yet. Besides, the blood meridian explosion time limit for the Master Realm is 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, Ning Feng will be no match for me, Lu Ming thought to himself. The two figures on stage intertwined constantly with sword qi shooting in all directions. They had exchanged about 100 attacks by that time. Suddenly, the blood-red light on Ning Feng dissipated rapidly. The time limit for his blood meridian explosion was up. Oh no! On the viewing platform, Ning Kong's expression changed. Clang! On the Vermilion Bird stage, Lu Ming and Ning Feng collided once more. Boom! This time, Ning Feng flew back upon impact. His face paled as blood trickled down the side of his mouth. Ning Feng's injured. The crowd rose to a clamor as they gawked at the stage. Ning Feng's blood meridian explosion time is up. It looks like he's gonna lose. Unexpectedly, Ning Feng isn't a match for Lu Ming. How incredible! Did you realize that Lu Ming's blood meridian has still not exploded? What? I didn't realize this. It seems like it's true. How shocking. Genius. Absolute genius. How is Lu Ming arrogant and conceited? He's clear and proud of his abilities. All around the Vermilion Bird stage, fellow elders, seniors, and new apprentices alike were all discussing what had happened chaotically. You can do it, senior brother Lu Ming. You're the best. Pang Shi waved his arms in the air excitedly while his face was bright red. Mighty senior brother Lu Ming. Shortly after, other apprentices started shouting at the top of their lungs. These were newly enrolled apprentices. They could not help but feel proud when they saw how strong Lu Ming, their fellow new apprentice, was. So what if you're a senior apprentice? We, the new apprentices, can still defeat you. Instantly, Lu Ming gained many fans. This fellach. Xueqi muttered as a sliver of respect crept deep within his eyes. He was usually proud, so when he first met Lu Ming, he had vowed to defeat him. However, he realized at that moment that Lu Ming's talents and potential were not what he could fathom. On the viewing platform, Yuan Hui and Feng Wu gaped and gawked. Yuan Hui was especially astonished. She had not been pleased when Lu Ming challenged Ning Feng to a duel a month ago. She thought he was being too vain. She understood now that Lu Ming was not arrogant. He was confident and clearly had boasting privileges. Ho ho, Ning Kong, it looks like your precious son's gonna lose. Mulan had a full grin on her face while she giggled. Are you sure? Who's to determine the outcome of the battle now? Ning Kong said coldly as he clenched his fists tightly as the intent to kill flashed through his eyes. What? A bad feeling rose in Mulan's heart. On the Vermilion Bird stage, Lu Ming spoke calmly as he looked at Ning Feng. Ning Feng, your blood meridian explosion time is up. Now to send you on your way. Ha ha ha, you wanna defeat me? Dream on, Lu Ming. You force me to do this. Ning Feng let out a sinister laugh and popped a pill into his mouth. Boom! A powerful brutal wave of aura exploded out of Ning Feng as he swallowed the pill. He was 2 times more formidable than before. Go to hell, Lu Ming! Ning Feng roared, his eyes turning bloodshot. He stomped so hard that the stage vibrated. Then, he transformed into a gale and attacked Lu Ming. I shouldn't tackle him head-on. Seriousness glinted in Lu Ming's eyes as he moved out of the way with dragon serpent steps. Unfortunately, he was still too late as Ning Feng's sword Qi sliced towards him. Boom! Lu Ming blocked him forcefully with his sword as a gust of brutally sharp force threatened to overwhelm him, causing him to slide backward for 10 meters. On the viewing platform, Mulan shot up from her seat and bellowed furiously, Spirit-exploding pill. You're despicable, Ning Kong. How could you use spirit-exploding pills? This duel is no longer just. It ends right now. What do you think you're doing, Mulan? It's a battle to the death upon the Vermilion Bird stage. No one said anything about not allowing pills. Ning Kong stood up as well, smiling coldly. What battle to the death? It's no longer fair game if pills are involvered. Mulan barked as she attempted to rush onto the Vermilion Bird stage. A great aura erupted from Ning Kong and locked onto Mulan. He snickered, Mulan, duels on the Vermilion Bird stage are battles to the death with no external interruption allowed. Are you gonna go against the sect rules? Damn it! Despicable! Mulan gritted her teeth while her eyes bulged out. Her movements were locked down by Ning Kong's aura. On the Vermilion Bird stage, Ning Feng attacked crazily. Die, Lu Ming! Demonic Wind Sword Technique World Execution through Wind. Demonic Wind Sword Technique Mad Hurricane Wipe Out. Violent winds of sword Qi tore through all obstacles and pierced through the air, aiming to hack Lu Ming's head off. He's twice as strong now, so all I can do is just to avoid its cutting edge and look for opportunities to kill him. Lu Ming moved quickly with dragon serpent steps as he blocked the sword Qi attack aimed at him. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming could not stop taking steps backward after Ning Feng's 7 to 8 moves. Totally oppressed by Ning Feng, blood trickled down his mouth. Chapter 59. Killing Ning Feng. Ning Feng actually took the spirit-exploding pill. How despicable! Looks like Lu Ming's gonna lose. Amongst those who were watching, some shook their heads and sighed while some smirked icily. Lu Ming was forced to a corner after a few moves. It was getting more and more dangerous for him. At the viewing platform, Mulan barked as she threw a punch at Ning Kong. Scram, Ning Kong! Mulan, are you gonna break the sect rules as a chief elder? Ning Kong matched Mulan's palm technique as he snapped. Fortunately, both Mulan and Ning Kong were extremely careful with their strength. If not, the viewing platform would have crumbled to pieces. Disgusting! Feng Wu, Yuan Hui, and their group shrieked, but they were blocked by the troop that Ning Kong brought with him. On the Vermilion Bird stage, Ning Feng's attacks swept through like a tornado. They were vicious and brutal. Lu Ming retreated as he fought, but his gleaming eyes were clear as day as he stared intently at Ning Feng. He was looking for an opportunity. Die! Haha, die! Ning Feng cackled. He was oppressing Lu Ming, and he had never felt better. How dare you go against me, you filthy imbecile! How dare you embarrass me by challenging me to a duel? Now, tremble before me and regret. He laughed hysterically. Now! Lu Ming's eyes shone like the sun. He stopped retreating and leaped towards Ning Feng. As he leaped, a blood-red light flashed on Lu Ming as he exploded his blood meridians. This would be his strongest moment. Now that his blood meridians had risen to the 4th level, He could shield him from the attacks he received and increase his strength by 40%. Lu Ming's actions shocked everyone to the edge of their seats. What was Lu Ming doing? Was he that eager to die? Ningfeng was slightly taken aback. He laughed nastily and said, "No matter what you're planning, you're dead meat." Screeching sword chi merged to form a sword chi storm that quickly approached Lu Ming. Boom! However, when the sword chi landed on Lu Ming, he all but shuddered slightly, and continued to bulldoze towards Ningfeng. Lu Ming raised his right hand and blocked Ningfeng's long sword with his battle sword. Meanwhile, his left hand threw a heavy punch. It all happened so quickly that Ningfeng had no time to react. Boom! As Lu Ming's punch landed sturdily on Ningfeng's dantian, the force of the punch violently tore through Ningfeng's dantian. Instantly, Ningfeng's chi cyclone vibrated vigorously and was on the verge of exploding. Ningfeng's aura dropped drastically like a punctured balloon and returned to the 7th grade Master Realm in a heartbeat. It did not stop there as it continued dropping to stop at the top of 6th grade Master Realm. Ningfeng's cultivation was far from stable since he had just broken through to the 7th grade Master Realm. Lu Ming's punch severely destroyed the Berserk Essential Chi from his consumption of the Spirit Exploding Pill, and he returned to his 6th grade Master Realm cultivation level. If it were not for the Berserk Essential Chi from consuming the Spirit Exploding Pill, Lu Ming's punch would have destroyed Ningfeng's cultivation. Ah! Ningfeng flew backward upon impact as he cried out in despair, landing heavily 10 meters away. Blood spewed out from his mouth. Mulan, Feng Wu, Yuan Hui, and Ning Kong were flabbergasted. Everyone present was confounded. What just happened? All they saw was Lu Ming advancing towards Ningfeng instead of retreating. They were just thinking to themselves if Lu Ming had a strong death wish when they saw Ningfeng flying backward with a cry of despair and was now vomiting blood on stage. Feng! Ning Kong was first to react as he bellowed. Astonished, Ningfeng struggled to pick himself up as he yelled, How are you still alive?" He knew his attacks had landed on Lu Ming, but the latter seemed fine, like nothing had happened to him. "Now it's my turn." Lu Ming stepped out. His eyes were steely cold as his sword swung toward Ningfeng. Ningfeng was paralyzed with fear as he robotically raised his sword in the attempt to shield himself from the attack. He was injured, and he only had a 6th grade Master Realm cultivation, thus he was no match for Lu Ming at all. All it took was one attack for Ningfeng to retreat quickly and fearfully while vomiting blood. "All you had was a few more years of cultivation, Ningfeng, and you thought that was enough to make me regret my decision and shake me to the core? You are so far off. Now, let's send you on your way." While Lu Ming slowly sauntered towards Ningfeng, a cold smile hung on his lips as ice-cold killing intent shimmered in his eyes. On the viewing platform, Ning Kong bellowed, "How dare you? Stop right there, Lu Ming." "Stop." Lu Ming threw a glance at Ning Kong as he replied unemotionally, "When Ningfeng had the upper hand, why didn't you ask him to stop? What's wrong with your brain for you to be ordering me to stop now?" When Lu Ming was done, he hacked his sword towards Ningfeng again, ignoring Ning Kong in the process. Clang! Clang! Ningfeng could hardly block Lu Ming's attacks. When his body gave way, he violently shuddered as his sword fell out of his hands. Dad, save me!" Ningfeng shrieked as he scrambled to save himself from the impending doom. "Lu Ming, how dare you continue attacking?" Dang! Ning Kong roared with rage as he swooped in like an eagle, making his way to the vermilion bird stage. Mulan moved and followed closely behind him. She threw a palm attack towards Ning Kong. However, Ning Kong turned behind and retaliated with a thrust-out palm. Both palms collided while they fought in the air. Boom! A resounding boom followed by a strong gust of force that came from both Mulan and Ning Kong's attacks broke out. Both of them landed on the ground in a swing. Right after landing, Mulan stood in Ning Kong's way. "Piss off, Mulan!" Ning Kong roared. Mulan smiled coyly and said, "Ning Kong, duels on the Vermilion Bird stage are battles to the death with no external interruption allowed. Are you gonna go against sect rules?" Ning Kong's face twisted and contorted with rage. He was so angry that he nearly vomited blood. That was exactly what he told Mulan a while ago, and she just dished it all back to him word for word. "I don't care. Piss off," yelled Ning Kong. "What thick skin you have on this old wrinkly face of yours, Ning Kong. Do you want to go there? No way. Mulan's aura locked him firmly in place. Mulan was so pleased when she saw how contorted Ning Kong's face was. Ah! Ning Feng let out an anguished cry yet again on the vermilion bird stage. Lu Ming punched him squarely on his stomach and broke a few ribs. Ning Feng lay limply on the ground, heaving blood. With one foot firmly on Ning Feng's torso, Lu Ming leered coldly at Ning Feng. Don't kill me, Lu Ming. I beg you. Don't kill me, please. Ning Feng cowered in fear as he begged loudly for his life. Lu Ming, if you dare kill my son, I will destroy you. Ning Kong burned with anger. He wanted so badly to rush up to the stage, but Mulan would not leave him alone. I'm waiting, old man. Lu Ming smiled mirthlessly and swung his sword without hesitation. No! No! Ning Feng and Ning Kong shouted in unison. Slash! Blood spattered all over the vermilion bird stage. Ning Feng held his severed neck tightly with regret, fear, and anger in his eyes, and plopped on stage with the life draining out of him. Creator's thoughts. Reese. From February 15, 2020. Coins spent on books that aren't selected will be refunded within 30 days. However, fast passes will not be refunded. The selected book will have a mark on the corner of the book cover in 30 days to indicate continuation. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 60. Silavira-robed elder's appearance. Silence. There was pin-drop silence. Everyone stared in shock as they struggled to comprehend what they had just seen. Lu Ming had killed Ning Feng in front of Ning Kong, totally disregarding Ning Feng's threats. He was extremely reckless and insufferably arrogant. Many senior apprentices gazed at Lu Ming, and fear trickled down their spines. What a savage! Lu Ming was brutally savage towards his enemies and was equally savage toward himself. Fenger, little bastard, I'll chop you into 1,000 million pieces. Ning Kong was red with rage as he thrashed around like a ferocious, angered beast. Boom! Boom! As he continued to fight Mulan, waves of pressure lapped everywhere. The booming sounds were so loud that they threatened to deafen the ears. Those with lower cultivation levels staggered backward. Their faces paled as the resounding booms injured them. He wanted to kill me, so he should have been prepared to be killed. Lu Ming spoke quietly. You little bastard, how could you compare to Fenger? If Fenger wanted to kill you, you should have let him. How dare you retaliate? How dare you fight back? How dare you kill Fenger? I'll skin you alive and break all your bones. Ning Kong was blind with rage as he continued to fight. Ning Kong, how dare you disregard the sect rules? Mulan seethed. What sect rules? What bloody sect rules? Can it compare to my Fenger? Rage flowed through Ning Kong's veins like lava as it completely consumed him. Lu Ming shook his head. He had nothing to say to people like this. He then looked up into the skies and muttered, It's time to step in now, don't you think? As soon as Lu Ming was done, a voice bellowed from above. Are you crazy, Ning Feng? Stop this at once. A Silavira-robed elder appeared in the skies, pressed his hand down mid-air, and a tremendous pressure suppressed Ning Feng immediately. Boom! Ning Feng was helpless under that tremendous pressure. He was immediately pressed down flat on the ground, and no matter how he struggled, he could not move an inch. It's a Silavira-robed elder. A Silavira-robed elder was watching all along. All other apprentices yelped in surprise when they saw the elderly man. Elder Lu, you've got to give me justice. This little bastard Lu Ming killed Fenger. Ning Kong raged. Battles on the vermilion bird stage are battles to the death. Since it's a battle to the death, how is Lu Ming wrong? You, on the other hand, Ning Kong, how dare you openly disregard sect rules? The longer you live, the more unreasonable you become. Follow me back now, face a wall, and think of how wrong you are. If you can't think of any faults, don't come out. With a wave, a formidable force was emitted from the Silavira-robed elder, and it swept Ning Kong off his feet. Both of them transformed into a shooting star, disappearing from sight. After the Silavira-robed elder took Ning Kong with him, Lu Ming smiled. He had not exactly killed Ning Feng in front of Ning Kong recklessly and without thought. Firstly, Ningfeng kept finding fault with him and sent people to kill him, so Ningfeng deserved to die. If Lu Ming were to spare his life, more trouble would come his way. Secondly, Lu Ming knew that there would be Sila Vera-robed elders watching nearby. He exhibited his talents, potential, and worth through this battle. As a month-old new apprentice, Lu Ming was capable of killing a 7th-grade Master Realm senior apprentice. The higher management of the Vermilion Bird Hall would definitely appreciate such talents. So, how would they have allowed Ningkong to kill him? Even without Mulan, Ningkong would have still failed to kill Lu Ming. Things were as Lu Ming predicted. Thank you for helping Lu Ming, Elder Mulan. Lu Ming cupped his fist to thank Mulan. You're not bad. Mulan smiled. I'll make a move now then. Lu Ming nodded as he got down from the Vermilion Bird Hall and disappeared into the crowd. News about Ningfeng and Lu Ming's duel spread like wings in the Vermilion Bird Hall and across the other halls. Lu Ming could not care less. He went back to his dorm right away and sat in a lotus position. Waves of pain came from his body as he smiled bitterly. He had been badly injured in the duel. When Ningfeng's fighting abilities increased drastically after he ate the spirit exploding pill, Lu Ming was injured when he tried his best to block Ningfeng's attacks. Later, Lu Ming tackled Ningfeng head-on after he exploded his blood meridian. Even after devouring 50% of the attack, the remainder injured Lu Ming even more. I guess I'll have to buy a defensive spiritual weapon like soft armor or something. I'll also have to cultivate some defensive martial arts technique, or I'll keep getting hurt like that, Lu Ming uttered sourly. Even if his exploded blood meridian was extremely powerful, he could still be injured by forcefully taking on attacks head-on. His body was too weak. Other than the protective essential qi, Lu Ming had no other way of protecting his body. I'll treat my injuries first. Lu Ming shook his head and started cultivating the true war dragon technique to activate his blood meridians so that he could treat his injuries. Whoosh whoosh. Spiritual energy gathered into a vortex shape and gushed towards him at an alarming speed. Lu Ming's spiritual energy absorption rate was at least 2 times faster since his blood meridian had advanced to the 4th level. It was far beyond the speed of the 5th level blood meridian. It was about the speed of a 7th level blood meridian, Lu Ming reckoned. This was an astonishing speed indeed. However, Lu Ming needed 9 times more ordinary essential qi to cultivate the 2nd stage of the true war dragon technique, so by absorbing spiritual energy alone, his cultivation speed still could not compare to 5th level blood meridian geniuses. Spiritual energy continued to gather and transformed into pure essential qi, trickling into Lu Ming's muscles, bones, and intestines, nourishing and repairing him and healing his injuries. After 5 hours of cultivation, Lu Ming opened his eyes. He felt a lot better and would be completely healed in 2 days. Smells good. A delicious roast meat aroma wafted in from outside. Who's roasting meat outside? Lu Ming opened the door curiously and made his way outside. In the yard, Pang Shi and Xueqi were roasting meat. Pang Shi was overjoyed when he saw Lu Ming and said, "Senior brother Lu Ming, you're done cultivating. Come now, let's eat. This is blood antelope meat. It's delicious and good for injured people since it helps replenish qi and blood." Lu Ming was touched. "Did you guys prepare this for me, Pang Shi? Blood antelope meat isn't cheap." "I could never afford it," Pang Shi scratched the back of his head sheepishly and said, "Mr. Starry, I'd bought all these just for you. I used to hunt, so I'm good at roasting meat. Therefore, my task is to roast meat." Xueqi commented stoically. "Don't you misunderstand, Lu Ming. I didn't do this just to help you heal because I'll definitely defeat you. If you had any repercussions from your current injuries, what fun would it be for me?" What a sharp tongue. Pang Shi pursed his lips. "Hey Big Stone, don't call me starry-eyed. I'm warning you," Xueqi barked. "But, that's your name. How else should I address you?" Pang Shi was confused. "You," Xueqi stuttered. "Ha ha." Lu Ming chuckled and bit into a gleaming golden brown piece of roast meat. It was tender and fragrant, absolutely top-notch, and very mouth-watering. After he swallowed it, a wave of calming warmness flooded the entire body. The blood antelope, which was a 5th-grade 2nd-level demonic beast, was tender, juicy, and replenished one's health, so it was extremely beneficial for the injured. Creator's thoughts. Reese. From February 15, 2020, coins spent on books that aren't selected will be refunded within 30 days. However, fast passes will not be refunded. The selected book will have a mark on the corner of the book cover in 30 days to indicate continuation. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 61. Accepting the Mission. Lu Ming's mouth was full of oil and he finished a piece of roasted meat in a few moments. Big Rock, your roasting skills are pretty good. Lu Ming praised. Haha, I've been hunting since I was a child and I also like to eat meat. I figured it out by myself. Pang Shi laughed heartily. Then he took out a jar of wine and said, Come on, Lu Ming. This is a medicinal wine bought by a love-struck fool. It's not harmful to injuries, but you can't have meat without wine. Come, then let's drink to our heart's content. Lu Ming said with a smile. The three of them each had a jar of wine, eating meat in big mouthfuls and drinking wine in big bowls. A few hours later, the three of them finished off the blood antelope. The three of them had also finished a few jars of wine. Pang Shi and Xueqi were both drunk. Xueqi's sour face also disappeared after he got drunk. He put his arm around Pang Shi's shoulder and shouted, You bunch of bastards, I will definitely return in the future. I will kill all of you bastards. Senior brother Lu. You're amazing. Pang Shi cried out. I knew you would win. I want to become someone as amazing as senior brother Lu. That way, my parents will be proud of me. As the two of them talked, they fell asleep in the courtyard. Lu Ming smiled and walked unsteadily into the room. He then started to circulate the True War Dragon technique. After a while, the effect of the alcohol completely disappeared. Lu Ming continued to channel his energy to heal himself. The medicinal effects of the blood antelope meat and the medicinal wine circulated throughout his body, and Lu Ming's injuries recovered even faster. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed and Lu Ming's injuries had fully recovered. After his injuries were healed, Lu Ming did not slack off and continued to cultivate. This was because he knew that the dangers and difficulties he would face in the future would only get bigger and bigger. Ning Kong and the Duanmu family were mortal enemies. They would definitely not let him off. Therefore, he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. 10 days later. This way of cultivation is too slow. With my rich and condensed true qi, it'll take me at least a year to reach the 6th grade master realm. Lu Ming was deep in thought. Resources, I'm lacking resources. Lu Ming sighed. Right now he was penniless. All he had on him was the storage ring that he had obtained from Duanmu Ju. Moreover, he still owed Mulan 3,000 contribution points. I have the Supreme Shrine, so the storage ring is useless to me. I'll exchange this storage ring first, then take on some missions and earn some contribution points. Lu Ming made up his mind and headed to the contribution hall. This storage ring was only the lowest grade and was worth 150,000 taels of Asilavira. However, in the contribution hall, it was only worth 130,000 Asilavira. After all, the mystical sword sect had so many disciples that it would require a large amount of resources to operate. Therefore, the price of materials and items collected by the contribution palace was lower than the market price. This way, he could earn a difference in price. 130,000 taels of Asilavira, all exchanged for contribution points, a total of 1,300 points. Senior, I would like to ask, how many contribution points do I need to view a yellow rank upper-level defensive martial arts technique? Lu Ming asked. Martial arts? Martial skills can be found in the book collection hall, but let me tell you, martial skills can only be rented. For a yellow rank upper-class defensive martial skill, it would cost at least 5,000 contribution points to rent it once. What? 5,000 contribution points? Isn't that too expensive? Lu Ming almost jumped up. Defensive martial skills are much rarer and more precious than offensive martial skills and movement martial skills, so of course they are expensive. If you were to buy them outside, you would need at least a few million taels of Asilavira. The old man from the contribution hall said. Lu Ming was secretly speechless. However, on second thought it made sense. The Lu clan was such a large clan, but they only had one yellow grade upper-level martial arts technique, which was regarded as the clan's treasure. One could only imagine how precious a yellow-grade upper-level martial arts technique was. It seemed like he'd better put defensive martial techniques on hold for now. Senior, are there any defensive soft armors to exchange for? Lu Ming asked again. Of course we have soft armors. However, defensive armors aren't cheap. What grade do you want to exchange for? The old man asked. How many contribution points do I need to pay for lower level 2 and medium level 2 respectively? Lu Ming asked. An ordinary lower level 2 soft armor costs 800 contribution points, and a medium level 2 one costs at least 2,000 contribution points. Then I'll exchange for a lower level 2 item. Lu Ming had no choice but to exchange for a lower second-level soft armor. However, you get what you pay for. The 800 contribution points were not wasted. The red Kylan snake armor was made of the skin of a Class 9 Level 2 demonic beast. It was light, soft, and tough. It didn't feel like it was inside the clothes. After Lu Ming kept the red Kylan snake armor, he walked out of the contribution hall and headed to the Hall of Missions. He found a place with no one around and changed into a black cloak, covering everyone. If he wanted to take on a mission, he had to be on guard against the Duanmu family. If he went out on a mission and the Duanmu family sent a few great martial master experts to kill him, he would not be able to fight back. There was no harm in being careful. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Hall of Missions. The Hall of Missions was the place where the mystical sword sect issued and accepted missions. The Hall of Missions missions were roughly divided into two types. The first type was missions issued by the mystical sword sect's disciples and elders, and each mission would give a corresponding reward. The other type were missions that were specially collected from outside the mystical sword sect. For example, the mystical sword sect would collect all the missions that the Lu family had issued. The Hall of Missions would collect a fee for the completion of the mission. The Hall of Mission was very wide, and it took up even more space than the contribution hall. After walking in, they found themselves in a huge hall. On one side of the hall, there were counters where missions were handed over. On the other side, there were a few huge metal walls. These metal walls were made by inscription masters. On the metal wall, there were missions that were constantly rolling. The details, time limits, rewards, and so on were clearly written on these missions. Lu Ming stood under the screen and watched. To collect blood Reiki flowers? Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a mission that he was rather interested in. It was a mission issued by an inscription master of the mystical sword sect. He only needed to collect the blood Reiki flowers within 3 months. The reward was 100 contribution points per blood Reiki flower. The more the better. The blood flower was located in the eastern part of the Blazing Sun Empire, and could only be found in the Dark Blood Mountain. Moreover, the price of the blood flower itself was not even 100 contribution points. It seemed that the inscriber was in urgent need of it, which was why he offered such a high price. Most importantly, there was a type of dark bloodstone on the Dark Blood Mountain. It was one of the main materials for cultivating the 3rd stage of the True War Dragon technique. It was even needed for the 4th stage. This was the reason why Lu Ming was interested. Going to the Dark Blood Mountain would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Let's see if there are any other missions. Lu Ming continued to read. Chapter 62 Monsters. Escort Mission? The reward has actually reached 100,000 taels of a Silavirer, and he is also heading to the Dark Blood Mountain. After a while, Lu Ming's eyes lit up again. He saw an escort mission issued by the Zhu family of the city of Crossing Sky. The reward for escorting one person to the Dark Blood Mountain was 100,000 Silavirer taels. This one. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming decided to accept this mission. Because it happened to be on the way. After that, Lu Ming walked to a counter and registered the 2 missions that he was going to take. This is the mission token issued by the Zhu family. Please keep it well. At the counter was a young lady with a sweet smile. She handed Lu Ming an iron plate with the word Xueqi written on it. Thank you, he said. Lu Ming took the metal piece and smiled. He then turned around and left. 2 hours later, on the main road of the mystical sword sect's mountain gate, Lu Ming rode his green scale horse and left. 5 days later, travel-worn Lu Ming arrived at the sky-crossing city. The sky-crossing city was a large and majestic city, several times larger than Fiery Wind City. The streets were bustling with people. The Zhu family was known as the #1 family in the sky-crossing city. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to go to the Zhu family's residence as the time was set for tomorrow. There was still 1 day left. There was no hurry. Lu Ming found an inn and cleaned himself up. Then, he took a tour around the city and got a taste of its local customs. The next day, Lu Ming headed to the Zhu family. The Zhu family's courtyard walls were high and many times more majestic than the Lu family's. Stop right there. This is the Zhu family's residence. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. There were 4 strong men guarding the Zhu family's gate. They blocked Lu Ming's way. Each of the 4 men had the cultivation of a 9th-grade warrior realm. I'm here to complete a mission. Lu Ming smiled and took out the mission card issued by the Zhu family. As expected. The brawny man in the lead took a look and cast a surprised look at Lu Ming. He seemed to be surprised that Lu Ming was so young. Come with me. The brawny man in the lead returned the mission card to Lu Ming and led the way inside. Lu Ming followed. After going around here and there, he arrived at a large hall. Walking into the main hall, he found that there were already some people sitting on both sides of the main hall. There were a total of 7 people. These 7 people were all different. On the right side of the hall, there were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. They were all around 50 years old. All 3 of them were wearing black robes with skulls on them, and they exuded a gloomy aura. On the left, a red-haired brawny man in his 40s or 50s was sitting at the head of the table. Beside the brawny man were a man and a woman. The man was an old man with white hair, and the woman was a middle-aged woman in her 30s. At the very bottom was a young man in his 20s. This man was hugging a long sword, looking like a noble son. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, the 7 people in the hall looked at him in unison. When they saw Lu Ming's age, they looked at him with disdain. Young hero, they are the people who accepted the mission this time. You can wait here. My master will be here in a moment. The burly man said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and walked in. He sat down next to the 3 people in skeletal robes. A little brat who hasn't even grown his hair has actually come. He must have gone crazy thinking about money. He actually came to accept this mission. At this moment, a low sneer came from the red-haired brawny man. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He looked at the red-haired brawny man, then smiled faintly and ignored him. You're really gutless. The red-haired man sneered. Seeing that Lu Ming did not even dare to talk back, the rest of the people looked at him with disdain. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. A burly man in his 40s walked in and cupped his fists. I've made everyone wait for a long time. I'm the 2nd elder of the Zhu family, Zhu Chuan. It's my pleasure to meet you. You're too polite, 2nd elder. These people responded with cupped fists. Zhu Chuan walked up to the top of the hall and said, All right. The Zhu family has issued a total of 8 mission tokens this time. Now that everyone is here, I'll briefly explain the contents of this mission. I won't hide it from you all. The main reason I'm here is because the ancestor of my Zhu family was seriously injured in the Dark Blood Mountain. I need the blood of the direct descendants of the Zhu family to save my life. I also need a vitality supplement pill. Therefore, I'm here to escort the eldest miss of the Zhu family and the vitality supplement pill in her hands to the Dark Blood Mountain. Because there are many powerful bandits and mounted gangsters on the way to the Dark Blood Mountain, I need everyone to escort them. As long as you send the people and the pills to the ancestor of my Zhu family, it will be enough. The reward is 100,000 SI Leverer tails per person. Do you have any other questions? Zhu Chuan's gaze swept across the 8 people in the arena. There's a problem, of course there's a problem. The red-haired man stood up and said, 2nd elder, I would like to ask if you've tested the strength of these 8 people? Zhu Chuan was taken aback. No, but you're Wu Mo the Bloody Hand, and these 3 are the famous 3 ghosts of Mount Yin. They're famous in more than 10 big cities. Everyone knows them. I'm naturally aware of the strength of the 3 ghosts of Mount Yin. I'm just afraid that one of them is just here to make up for the numbers. If he doesn't have much strength and can just freeload off to earn 100,000 taels of Asilavirer, why don't we do this? The 3 ghosts of the Een Mountain and I will be in charge of this mission. The rest of you, get lost and split the Asilavirer with the 4 of us. That's even better. Wuemo said with a cold smile. Bang! As soon as Wuemo finished speaking, the noble young master slammed the table and said with a cold face, Wuemo, who are you asking to get lost? Hee hee. Wuemo sneered and said, I'm calling you. Can't you tell? Damn it. You two still wet behind the ears want to borrow my strength to earn 100,000 taels of Asilavirer? No way. After saying that, he glanced at Lu Ming and said disdainfully. The noble young master's face turned completely cold. He said coldly, Bloodhand Wuemo, I think you don't want your hands anymore. Buzz. Wuemo suddenly stood up and looked at the noble young master coldly. I'm going to cripple you today just because of what you said. Who? As soon as he finished speaking, Wuemo struck his palm at the young master. His palm quickly turned red as he did so, and the smell of blood permeated the air. What a powerful bloody handprint. Wuemo's bloody handprint has reached a higher level. The white-haired old man's face changed. 6th grade Master Realm early phase cultivation, yellow grade low-level martial arts technique, but only cultivated to the 3rd level, mastery through comprehensive study. Lu Ming cast a glance at Wuemo. He could see the details of Wuemo's cultivation level at a glance. You're looking for death. Swish. Dang. The noble young master shouted coldly. He unsheathed his sword and stabbed it toward Wuemo like a bolt of lightning. The speed of the sword shocked Wuemo. He hurriedly retreated to avoid the sword. However, the next moment, rays of sword radiance shot toward Wuemo. The sword light was as smooth as flowing water. Middle 6th grade Master Realm cultivation, 4th stage of yellow level lower class sword technique. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. He didn't expect this noble young master's cultivation to be so strong. Chapter 63. A Soft Persimmon. Flying Cloud Sword Technique. You are a disciple of the Flying Cloud sect. Stop. Bloodhand Wuemo cried out in alarm. You think I'll stop just because you say so? The noble young master sneered. His sword light did not stop, forcing Wuemo to retreat. Puchi! In the end, the noble sun's sword light left a long wound on Wuemo's arm, and blood flowed out. At this moment, the noble young master sheathed his sword and stood up. He said proudly, This time, I'm just teaching you a lesson. Next time you'll die. Remember, I'm the core disciple of the Flying Cloud sect, Su Feiyun. What bloody hand. You're just trash in the eyes of the Flying Cloud sect. So he's a core disciple of the Flying Cloud sect. No wonder he's so strong. This Wuemo is just asking for it. Lu Ming came to a realization. He shook his head and smiled. In the eastern part of the Blazing Sun Empire, the mystical sword sect was naturally the supreme overlord. However, there were a few other sects besides the mystical sword sect. These sects were naturally much weaker than the mystical sword sect, but they were much stronger than some itinerant cultivators or small clans. The Flying Cloud sect was such a sect. You! Wuemo's face turned pale after being berated by a young man in his 20s. However, he didn't dare to lose his temper at Su Feiyun. He suddenly looked at Lu Ming and said coldly, Kid, why did you shake your head and laugh just now? Are you laughing at me? A little bastard like you dares to laugh at me? I'm going to kill you. Who? Then he struck his palm at Lu Ming. Since he had lost face in front of Su Feiyun, he would get it back from Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. A sneer hung at the corners of his lips. He looked at Wuemo's palm and did not move. Die! Wuemo's lips curled into a cold smile. This kid is scared silly. One of the 3 Een Mountain ghosts shook his head. At this moment, a sword light burst out. The snow-white sword light cut through the air. It was faster and colder than Su Feiyun's sword light. Puchi! A flash of blood appeared, followed by Wuemo's shrill scream. Ah, my hand! Wuemo screamed as he retreated. One of his hands had already disappeared. His palm was, of course, cut off by Lu Ming's sword. Such a fast sword, Such a ruthless method. The hearts of the people in the hall trembled. They all looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. He looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old, but he was able to cut off Wu Mo's palm with a single strike. What a terrifying strength. Ah, who are you? Who the hell are you? Wu Mo cried out mournfully. Mystical Sword Sect, Lu Ming. If you want to take revenge, you can find me at the Mystical Sword Sect. Now get lost. Lu Ming shouted. What? The Mystical Sword Sect. The others were all shocked, and then they came to a realization. So he was a disciple of the Mystical Sword Sect. No wonder he was so powerful. Even Su Feiyun, who had a proud expression, became honest at this time. A disciple of the Mystical Sword Sect? Haha, I admit defeat. Wu Mo laughed bitterly. To him, the Mystical Sword Sect was a giant. If he did not want to die, he would not be able to seek revenge from Lu Ming in this lifetime. Wu Mo picked up his broken hand and rushed out of the hall, disappearing from sight. The Mystical Sword Sect? Above the hall, the second elder's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Haha, so it's the young hero of the Mystical Sword Sect. I've been disrespectful. The white-haired old man cupped his hands and said courteously. After that, the others also stood up and cupped their fists. Lu Ming smiled faintly, returned the greeting, and sat down. Haha, I didn't think that there would be a hero from the Mystical Sword Sect this time. I didn't even know that the Mystical Sword Sect had collected the Zhu family's mission token. But this is even better. We're even more confident this time. All right, let's go. Zhu Chuan laughed. The crowd nodded and followed Zhu Chuan out of the Zhu family's residence. Outside, the Zhu family was ready. A carriage, dozens of Zhu family guards, and more than 10 green scale horses. The one in this carriage is our Zhu family's eldest miss, Zhu Chuan said. Everyone nodded their heads and mounted their green scale horses. With Zhu Chuan's command, the dozens of green scale horses let out a rumble, and the group headed towards Dark Blood Mountain. Zhu Chuan was with them. It was more than 10 days' journey from the sky-crossing city to the Dark Blood Mountain. Everyone hurried during the day and rested at night. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. These 3 days were very peaceful, because being close to the Dark Blood Mountain was the most dangerous. Because it was close to the Dark Blood Mountain and the terrain was desolate, there were all kinds of bandits and horse thieves in hiding. On the 4th day, late at night, Lu Ming sat cross-legged in a temporary tent, meditating and cultivating. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream was heard. In the quiet night, it was particularly abrupt. Buzz! Lu Ming opened his eyes instantly and dashed out like a gust of wind. Buzz! And NBSP, whoosh! It was obvious that he was not the only one. The others were alarmed as well, and they all rushed towards the source of the sound. It was a huge tent, and the carriage of the Zhu family's eldest miss was parked here. Lu Ming, the Yin Mountain's 3 ghosts, Su Feiyun, and the rest had reached it almost at the same time. Outside the tent, a figure was lying on the ground. It was the white-haired old man. However, his heart had been pierced by a short spear, and he was no longer breathing. Everyone frowned. These days, everyone had gotten to know each other. This old man was called Chen Xian, and he used a short spear. And now, this old man's heart had been pierced by his own short spear. What's going on? Zhu Chuan rushed over and his expression changed when he saw this. Uncle Fu, what's going on? Zhu Chuan shouted. An old man with a hunched back walked out of the tent. He was trembling as he said, Second Elder, I don't know what's going on. Just now, I suddenly heard a scream and was so scared that I didn't dare to come out to check. Then you came. There are almost no traces of a fight here. Although Chen Xian's cultivation isn't very high, he is at the peak of the 5th grade Master Realm. Who could make Chen Xian so defenseless that he could kill him with his own short spear? The leader of the Yin Mountain 3 ghosts said with a grave expression. The others were also frowning and thinking. Could it be the Zhou family? Zhu Chuan's expression suddenly changed. Zhou family? What Zhou family? Su Feiyun asked. This. I won't hide it from you all. Our Zhu family has an archenemy, the Zhou family. The Zhou family and the Zhu family have been fighting openly and secretly for decades. Both of them want to destroy each other. This time, if the Zhou family knows that the ancestor of our Zhu family is seriously injured, they might send someone to stop us from escorting the pills. Zhu Chuan explained. There's such a thing? Second Elder Zhu, your Zhu family didn't mention this when you issued the mission, and now you've added a week out of nowhere? No, I think this mission still needs to be discussed. The leader of the Een Mountain Three Ghosts said with a changed expression. Not bad. Su Feiyun also nodded. Chapter 64. Fierce Battle with the Bandits. You guys can't change your mind halfway. Zhu Chuan said with an ugly expression. How about this? Since Wu Mo has quit and Chen Xian is dead, we'll continue with this mission as long as the Zhu family increases the pay and doubles the reward. The eldest of the three Een Mountain Ghosts rolled his eyes and said. Double the price? Zhu Chuan looked troubled. With the price doubled, 6 people would cost 1.2 million taels of Asilavirer. Even if the Zhu family was wealthy, it would still be a huge expense. If you don't, then forget it. The 3 Ghost Masters of Mount Een said. Wait, I'll give it to you. Zhu Chuan gritted his teeth. I think we should pay half of the deposit first. Su Feiyun added. Half of the deposit? Zhu Chuan looked hesitant. Second Elder, why don't you pay first? The young Mrs. Safety is more important. Said Uncle Fu. This Uncle Fu was the coachman of the Zhu family's eldest miss. Okay, then I'll pay half first. Zhu Chuan gritted his teeth and returned to the tent. He took out a stack of Asilavirer notes, each of which was 10,000 taels. He gave Lu Ming and the others 100,000 taels each. Naturally, Lu Ming kept it without any hesitation. Haha, in that case, I think we should take turns to be on guard. This is to prevent the Zhou family from ambushing us. The Een Mountain Three Ghosts all smiled after receiving the Asilavirer. Zhu Chuan immediately ordered the guards of the Zhu family to be on full alert. Naturally, someone would deal with Chen Xian's corpse. Lu Ming looked at the tent of the Lu family's eldest young lady, a strange look in his eyes. He had always felt that this matter was very strange. Moreover, they had not even seen the Zhu family's eldest miss for a few days. He had been hiding in the carriage all day, acting all mysterious. Zhu Chuan said that the eldest daughter of the Zhu family was not in good health recently and was afraid of catching a cold. Lu Ming pondered for a while. He discussed with the 3 ghosts of the Een Mountain and the rest on how to arrange for them to take turns to be on guard. Then, he returned to the tent. In the second half of the night, Lu Ming went out to be on guard. There was no movement throughout the night. The next day, they continued their journey. The next few days were peaceful. On the 8th day, everyone was already close to the Dark Blood Mountain. The terrain gradually became desolate. At this point, everyone was on full alert and on full alert. Whoosh, whoosh. When they passed by a mountain path, sharp air-piercing sounds suddenly came from both sides. A dense wave of arrows was shot at them. Not good, enemy attack, full defense. Zhu Chuan shouted. Lu Ming, Su Feiyun, and the rest had already soared into the sky. Sword radiance flashed and the arrows were cut into 2 in the air. Then, they released their true chi and swept up the broken arrows. The arrows were reflected back at a speed faster than when they were shot. Ah! Ah! Then, a scream was heard. Boom! 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 At this moment, the sound of horse hooves came from ahead, stirring up a cloud of dust. A group of more than 100 people were riding their war horses and rumbling over. A group of people appeared in front of them. They were all strong and burly men, and their bodies were filled with a murderous aura. They revealed that their cultivation was not weak, and ordinary people could not compare to them. Hand over all your treasures and women, and you can get lost. The leader of the group, a burly man with a full beard, shouted. As expected, they had encountered bandits. I think you're the ones who should get lost. Su Feiyun shouted loudly, and his figure pounced out like lightning. His movement technique was very fast. Buzz! Then, a sword light cut through the air and struck at the leading bandit. So powerful. The expression of the leader of the bandits changed drastically. He drew out his large saber and barely managed to block a few moves before he was killed by Su Feiyun's sword. The 9th leader has been killed. Retreat! The other bandits were shocked and retreated like a swarm of bees, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Aren't these bandits too weak? Su Feiyun walked back and pouted. Young hero Su, it's not that the bandits are weak. It's just that the stronger ones haven't come out yet. The boss of the 3 Mountain Ghosts. They had been in the martial world for many years and knew that these bandits were not as simple as they seemed. Next, be on full alert. Don't be careless. Zhu Chuan ordered. Yes. The guards of the Zhu family responded one after another. Then, everyone continued to move forward. Sure enough, not long after, the deafening sound of horse hooves rang out again. They're here. Everyone knew that the Real challenge was coming. These bandits are truly endless. This time, let me kill them all. Su Feiyun's expression turned stern. Boom, boom, boom. As the dust filled the air, a few hundred people appeared in front of them. So many people. Everyone's heart trembled. A few hundred people, densely packed, stopped in front of them. Who is it that dared to kill my 9th brother? Come out and face your death. The leader of the bandits was 7 feet tall and muscular. He carried a huge machete on his back, and his voice was like a great bell. His aura was oppressive. Great Master, it was that pretty boy who killed him. One of the lackeys pointed at Su Feiyun and shouted. So it's you, pretty boy. Come out and face your death. The Great Master roared. I think you're the one who's going to die. Su Feiyun was proud and arrogant, and yet he was actually looked down upon by a bandit at this moment. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he leaped off his green-scaled horse. He unsheathed his long sword and charged towards the Great Master. Kill! Kill! The Great Master shouted, and his tall figure also jumped from his war horse. The large blade in his hand slashed out a pale blade light. Clang! The blade and the sword clashed. Su Feiyun's body trembled and he was forced to retreat. How can he be so strong? Su Feiyun's expression changed drastically. Trash, kill, kill, kill. And NBSP, the leader shouted and slashed out dozens of times. The astral blade howled and enveloped Su Feiyun's entire body. Flying Cloud Sword Technique. Su Feiyun tried his best to use the Flying Cloud Sword Technique, but he still couldn't block the Great Master. In just 10 moves, Su Feiyun was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The cultivation of the first master had actually reached the peak of the 6th grade master realm. I'll deal with him. The leader of the 3 Mountain Ghosts moved and rushed out. He used an iron rod and ruthlessly smashed it at the bandit boss. As the iron rod smashed down, it made a hoo-hoop sound as if the air was about to be shattered. The leader of the 3 Mountain Ghosts was also a peak 6th grade master realm. It could be said that his cultivation was the highest among them. Clang! The saber and the iron rod collided, and both of them took 3 steps back. I can't believe there's an expert like you. But do you think you can do anything by yourself? Kill them all. The leader of the bandits waved his hand, and hundreds of bandits immediately rushed over. Protect the young miss. Zhu Chuan shouted. Dozens of guards from the Zhu family surrounded the carriage of the Zhu family's eldest miss. Buzz! Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and he rushed out. Whoosh! He performed the lustrous sword technique as fast as lightning. With each strike, several bandits had their throats cut off. Wherever his body passed, blood would flow. Chapter 65. All of you have been deceived. Die! A burly man with a huge axe in his hand came slashing at Lu Ming. This burly man had a cultivation of 5th grade master realm. Among the bandits, he was definitely at the leader level. However, a 5th grade master realm was nothing in Lu Ming's eyes. With a slight shake of his body, he dodged the axe. Then, with a flash of sword light, the burly man's throat was cut off. Chi-chi! The sword chi was unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people had died at Lu Ming's hands. The other two of the three ghosts of Mount Yin and Su Feiyun were in a similar situation. Apart from the chief, the strongest of the other bandits was only at the peak of the 5th grade master realm. They weren't a match for the three ghosts. Even if there were many people, it was useless. In just a short moment, hundreds of people were killed. Not good, the enemy is too strong. Retreat! The great master roared. He had exchanged over 100 moves with the 3 Yin mountain ghosts, yet neither of them had won. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate today, so he prepared to retreat. Buzz! Right at this moment, a figure leaped out like a bolt of lightning from among the bandits and pounced towards the carriage of the Zhu clan's eldest young miss. This figure's speed was unbelievably fast. With a wave of his hand, his true energy burst forth. He was actually even more powerful than the first master. 7th grade master realm. The second brother of the Yin Mountain 3 ghosts shouted. The strongest of the Zhu family's guards was only in the 1st grade master realm, and it was impossible for them to contend against such an expert. More than 10 of them were killed by the powerful True Qi. The figure was about to pounce onto the carriage of the Zhu family's eldest miss. At this moment, the coachman, Uncle Fu, let out a long howl. Zhou Linshan, I knew you would come. Following that, Uncle Fu also leaped into the air, erupting with a powerful aura as he exchanged a few palm strikes with the figure from before. Boom! Boom! With a few consecutive booms, the two of them took a few steps back after landing. This coachman is also a 7th grade master realm. Lu Ming, Su Feiyun, and the rest were all shocked. At this time, everyone could clearly see that the figure who launched the sneak attack was an old man in his 60s. Zhu Bing, hand over the vitality supplement pill and Luan Earl. Zhou Linshan shouted. Hand it over, then we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so? The coachman said coldly. At this time, his body was no longer hunched. He stood straight and his aura was threatening. Ta-ta-ta! The sound of horse hooves rang out continuously. Following that, a large group of people appeared on the mountain path. There were also silhouettes of people flickering in the surrounding forest. There were a few hundred people in total. They're all experts. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He could tell that the people who appeared behind them were not bandits. They were all elites well-trained, and had strong cultivation. The bandits' faces were extremely ugly. The chief shouted, Everyone, your business has nothing to do with us. Can you let us leave? He even wanted to cry. He was simply baffled. Wasn't it just a robbery? Not only did he encounter a bunch of experts, but now there was even a group of them. Zhou Linshan waved his hand and said, Let them go. Immediately, those people opened up a path for the bandits to escape in panic. After the bandits fled, 7 old men walked up to Zhou Shanlin and saluted, Master. The clan leader of the Zhou clan. Lu Ming and the rest moved their eyes and retreated to the side of the carriage. Zhou Linshan, it seems like the Zhou family has turned out in full force this time. The coachman laughed without a trace of fear. Zhu Bing, as the Zhu clan's old ancestor, you actually played such a trick. Truly despicable and shameless. Zhou Linshan said with a gloomy face. What? The Zhu family's ancestor? This coachman is actually the ancestor of the Zhu family? 3 Yin ghosts, Su Feiyun, and the others were shocked. They looked at the coachman, Zhu Bing, who was also the ancestor of the Zhu family, with a puzzled look. But wasn't the Zhu family's ancestor severely injured and waiting for rescue at the Dark Blood Mountain? Could it be that everything the Zhu family had said was false? There was a glimmer of light in Lu Ming's eyes. Indeed, something was not right. He had been feeling strange about it all along. Zhu Chuan, what's going on? The leader of the Yin Mountain 3 ghosts looked at Zhu Chuan gloomily. However, Zhu Chuan sneered and stood behind Zhu Bing. Everyone, it seems that you've been deceived by the Zhu family. Let me tell you the truth. The person in the carriage is my granddaughter, Zhou Tong. Her father was injured and needed a vitality supplement pill to treat him. She went to buy it, but she was caught by the Zhu family when she bought the vitality supplement pill. Everyone, this matter is a grudge between the Zhou family and the Zhu family. It has nothing to do with you. I hope you won't interfere. No matter how much the Zhu family has given you, I'm willing to compensate you double. Zhou Linshan cupped his fists and said. What? Su Feiyun and the others were a little stunned. The truth was actually the complete opposite of what the Zhu family had said. Zhu Bing, Zhu Chuan, how dare you lie to us? We, the three ghosts of Yin Mountain, are not that easy to fool. The leader of the three Yin Mountain ghosts said coldly, his expression extremely unsightly. It was the same for the others. Hee, if I don't do this, how can I lure out the Zhou family and make them come out in full force? Zhu Bing sneered. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the surrounding forest. Then, a group of people appeared and surrounded the Zhou family. Zhu Bing, you indeed have an ambush in the dark. However, your Zhu clan and my Zhou clan are on par in strength. Do you think you can destroy my Zhou clan just like that? Zhou Linshan said. Zhu Bing laughed and said, of course, my Zhu family alone can't destroy your Zhou family. However, with the addition of the few of them, as long as they die together with your Zhou family's elders, will your Zhou family still be my match? Ha ha ha. What? Zhu Bing, you actually want us to die together with the Zhou clan's elder? I think you're crazy. Now, give us the rest of the reward, and we'll turn around and leave. I don't want to get involved in the mess between your two families. The leader of the three Yin Mountain ghosts looked at Zhu Bing as if he was a lunatic. That's right. Give me the rest of the Asilavirer and I can let bygones be bygones. Su Feiyun's expression was also extremely ugly. He had actually been fooled by the Zhu family. He secretly decided that when he returned, he would definitely lead the Flying Cloud sect to teach the Zhu family a lesson. Lu Ming did not say anything. He felt that things were not that simple. You want to leave after giving me Asilavirer? How can I exterminate the Zhou family if you leave? Zhu Bing sneered. Old Zhu, are you fucking dreaming? Fine, you don't want to give me the Asilavirer, right? I'll leave now, but I'm afraid you can't bear the anger of my Flying Cloud sect. Su Feiyun was furious. He turned around and wanted to leave. Leave, can you leave? Now that you're poisoned, you're dreaming if you think you can escape. Zhu Bing sneered. Su Yunfei's body suddenly trembled. He turned around and looked at Zhu Bing in disbelief. You guys, you actually dare to poison me? As for the three ghosts of Mount Yin, including the middle-aged woman, their expressions were extremely unsightly. Only Lu Ming remained calm. There was even an inexplicable smile on his lips. Chapter 66. The Zhu family's patriarch's trap. That's impossible. I've checked every meal we ate. There's no poison at all. The second brother of the Yin Mountain three ghosts called out. Second brother Yin, I know you're an expert in using poison. Moreover, you three ghosts of Mount Yin have roamed the martial world for many years, so you're extremely vigilant. You're not as gullible as these young boys. Soul-devouring banner. I wonder if you've heard of it? Zhu Bing smiled faintly. What? Goo poison. Could it be the southern wasteland goo poison? Second brother Yin cried out in alarm. Haha, that's right. I've paid a huge price for this soul-devouring banner. The soul-devouring banner is just an extremely tiny worm. It's impossible to distinguish it from food. Moreover, the usual poison testing methods are ineffective. Zhu Bing smiled proudly. Damn it, old man. Hand over the antidote, or I'll exterminate your entire Zhu family. Su Feiyun roared in anger. It's a pity that there's no cure for the soul-devouring banner, Zhu Bing said lightly. What? There's no cure? The faces of the three ghosts of Mount Yin, Su Feiyun, and the woman were as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. Old man, I'm going to kill you. Su Feiyun revealed a look of despair as he roared and pounced towards Zhu Bing. Squeak! At this moment, Zhu Bing suddenly let out a strange sound. As soon as this sound came out, Su Feiyun's body suddenly froze. Then, he held his head with both hands and let out a shrill scream. Arg! Ah! It hurts! Su Feiyun roared loudly. His long sword danced wildly as he slashed. He kept letting out shrill screams. In just a few breaths, when Zhu Bing's voice stopped, Su Feiyun also stopped. However, his eyes were dull, as if he had lost his soul, and he stood there in a daze. Haha, now that you've been poisoned by the soul-devouring banner, you're my puppet. You still want to resist? Zhu Bing sneered. No. The three Yin mountain ghosts could not believe their eyes. Zhu Bing, there are disciples of the mystical sword sect here, yet you dare to lay your hands on them. If this gets out, your entire Zhu family will be exterminated. Big Boss Yin called out unwillingly. So what if it's the mystical sword sect? As long as he was dead, who would know that the Zhou family was destroyed? All right, now you guys can go together. Zhu Bing said, and then made a squeaking sound. The Yin Mountain three ghosts and the others let out shrill screams. Attack! Zhou Linshan shouted. He wanted to rush over and stop them, but the three ghosts of Mount Yin had all gone mad. They were incomparably terrifying. They exchanged a few blows with the Zhou clan's people, and the Zhou clan's people were forced back. After being poisoned by the goo, he was not afraid of death, and even his battle strength had increased by a level. However, at this moment, Zhu Bing let out a cry of disbelief. Lu Ming, why are you fine? At this moment, Lu Ming stood there with an indifferent expression, watching everything. What's up? Why am I in trouble? I'm not poisoned. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You're not poisoned? It's impossible. I've checked every time, and you've eaten every single meal. How can you not be poisoned? Zhu Bing cried out in disbelief. Lu Ming and the rest had their own tents. Every meal was delivered by Zhu Bing's men. He would check it every time to ensure that nothing would go wrong. He clearly remembered that Lu Ming would eat it all up every time. Don't tell me you've forgotten that there are things like storage rings in this world? Lu Ming smiled faintly. A storage ring? No wonder. The mystical sword sect's disciples are indeed extraordinary. At such a young age, you even have a treasure like a storage ring. It seems like your status in the mystical sword sect is not ordinary. Zhu Bing came to a realization. Despite all his calculations, he had missed out on the storage ring. Storage rings were not common goods. On the contrary, they were extremely rare and were basically monopolized by the major forces. Even if one had money, one could not buy one. For people like the three ghosts of Mount Yin, they could still take out a few 100,000 taels of a Silavirer, but they did not have a storage ring, because there was no place to buy it. There was a price but no market. But why are you so careful? Even if you have a storage ring, you can't possibly not eat it, right? Zhu Bing asked curiously. Because you guys have a problem. Lu Ming smiled faintly. From the first day we set off, I already felt that something was wrong. The dignified lady of the Zhu family actually did not dare to let others meet her. Although you said that it was because she was not feeling well, I had no choice. I am a very careful person, so I could only eat the rations that I brought. After that, Chen Xian was killed, which made him even more suspicious. I observed on the way that Chen Xian kept looking at the carriage. I guess that this old man is a lecher and has seen the Zhu family's eldest daughter before. So that night, Chen Xian probably couldn't control his lust and wanted to touch the Zhu family's eldest daughter. He must have found out that the Zhu family's young miss was a fake, so he was killed to silence her. How could an ordinary person kill him so easily? Now that I think about it, the one who killed him was you. Also, as far as I know, your Zhu family is not weak, but you only sent a few guards to escort me, and they are also weak. This is even more suspicious. With so many suspicious points, how would I dare to eat the food you send? Lu Ming's analysis was clear and logical. Sigh, it's not easy to earn some money these days. In the end, Lu Ming let out a long sigh. Haha, I didn't think that you would be so meticulous at such a young age. But so what if you weren't poisoned? Today you'll still die. Zhu Bing's eyes were filled with killing intent. With a move of his hand, a long spear appeared in Zhu Bing's hand. Do it! Under Zhu Bing's command, the experts of the Zhu clan took action one after another, fighting with the people of the Zhou clan. At the same time, he made a squeaking sound. The three ghosts of Mount Yin roared like wild beasts and pounced on Zhou Linshan and the 7 elders of the Zhou family. A chaotic battle began. The moment they made a move, the Zhou family was at a complete disadvantage. The three ghosts of Mount Yin were not afraid of death. They exploded with terrifying combat strength and entangled Zhou Linshan and the Zhou family elder. However, the Zhou clan elder was able to free up his hands and kill the other Zhou clan experts as easily as taking something from his pocket. Lu Ming, I'll personally send you on your way. Bang! Zhu Bing stomped his feet and dashed towards Lu Ming like a cannonball. The long spear in his hand was like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Lu Ming's throat. Whoosh! The sword was unsheathed, and the sword light burst out, clashing with the spear. With a clang, Lu Ming did not move, but Zhu Bing took 3 steps back. Zhu Bing's eyes revealed a look of disbelief as he roared. How is that possible? How can a mere 5th grade Master Realm cultivator be this strong? He was at the early phase of the 7th grade Master Realm, 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. It was simply unbelievable that he was forced to retreat by Lu Ming in one move. Even a disciple of the mystical sword sect couldn't possibly be this powerful, right? Compared to Ning Feng, I'm still a little lacking. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Although Zhu Bing's cultivation was the same as Ning Feng's, his combat strength was definitely not on par with Ning Feng's. The disciples of the mystical sword sect were naturally not something that these small families could compare to. Chapter 67 Killing Zhu Bing. Kill him. He must be killed. Lu Ming is definitely the top genius of the mystical sword sect. If he escapes, the Zhu family will be annihilated. Zhu Bing roared in his heart, and the killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. Boom! A powerful aura burst forth as Zhu Bing unleashed the power of his bloodline. Zhu Bing's bloodline was a red snake, which was a 3rd-level bloodline. After it was activated, it would increase his combat power by 30%. Die! Fire gun technique fire dance. Zhu Bing charged at Lu Ming. With a swing of the spear in his hand, flowers of flames appeared and enveloped Lu Ming's body. Ultimate flowing light. Lu Ming cast the fastest move of the lustrous sword technique and slashed out sword beams at the flame flowers. Clang! Clang! A concentrated sound of collision was heard. Sparks flew in all directions and Lu Ming's figure retreated several steps. What a powerful spear technique. The power of this spear technique has already surpassed my current moonbeam sword technique. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He had already cultivated the lustrous sword technique to the 5th level. Could it be that Zhu Bing had also cultivated a yellow-level upper-class martial arts technique and had already cultivated it to the 6th level? Otherwise, how could he be so strong? Fire gun art lightning chase. Zhu Bing's body swayed slightly and he thrust his spear at Lu Ming again. The speed of the spear was unbelievably fast, like a red lightning. The long spear pierced through the air, making an ear-piercing sharp sound. Lu Ming took a step forward and used the dragon serpent steps to avoid the sharp edge. Buzz! Fire gun art moon pulling. As his spear missed, Zhu Bing's spear momentum changed and swept out. The long spear swept out like a crescent moon. Clang! Lu Ming blocked the attack with his long sword. At the same time, he retreated rapidly, using the force to dissipate the force. This Zhu Bing's actual combat strength is not as strong as Ning Feng's. However, with this spear art, his strength is slightly above Ning Feng's. This won't do. I have to end this quickly. Lu Ming's mind was racing. At this moment, the Zhou family was already at a complete disadvantage. They could not wait any longer. Otherwise, when the elders of the Zhou family were free to attack him together, he would have a headache. At the thought of this, Lu Ming dashed towards Zhu Bing with a flash of blood-red light on his body. Bloodline explosion. Die! Fire gun art broken armor. Zhu Bing's spear was aimed at Lu Ming. The tip of the spear had a spinning cutting power. However, Lu Ming did not care. He just had to avoid the real tip of the spear. Clang! He swung his long sword and blocked the tip of the spear. Then, Lu Ming glided along the spear and threw a punch. He completely ignored the spinning cutting power that erupted from the long spear. Lu Ming now had a 4th-level blood meridian. When his blood meridian exploded, his combat strength increased by 40%. There was no way to block this punch. Although Zhu Bing struck out with his other hand, he could only use 50% of his essential qi in a hurry. How could he block Lu Ming? Bang! With a loud boom, Zhu Bing's body trembled violently and he was forced back a dozen steps. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Buzz! Lu Ming used the dragon serpent steps, covering 70 feet with a single step. He appeared in front of Zhu Bing in an instant, and a ray of sword radiance flashed past like a flying immortal. Puchi! Zhu Bing's head flew far away, and his eyes were wide open in disbelief. The Zhu family's patriarch, Zhu Bing, was killed by Lu Ming with a single slash despite all his efforts. This Zhu family's patriarch actually has a storage ring. I'm lucky. He had clearly seen that the Zhu family's patriarch's spear had appeared out of thin air. However, thinking about it, the Zhu family's patriarch had lived for so many years. It was still possible for him to find a way to get a storage ring. Lu Ming walked to the front of Zhu Bing's corpse and took off a ring on his finger. He kept it in the supreme shrine and a devouring force was produced, devouring Zhu Bing's blood essence. Forefather. The ancestor is dead. The Zhu family's patriarch was killed, and the Zhu family was in chaos. Roar! Kill! Without the Zhu clan's patriarch's control, the three ghosts of Mount Yin immediately roared and attacked in a disorderly manner. No matter if it was the Zhu family or the Zhou family, they attacked without any pattern, like a few wild beasts that had gone mad. Retreat! At this time, Zhou Linshan and the rest of the Zhou family retreated quickly and then attacked the rest of the Zhu family. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned his surroundings. He sneered, Zhu family, I, Lu Ming, am not that easy to deceive. If you lie to me, you have to pay the price. Buzz! Lu Ming's body flickered as he charged at the Zhu family elders. The Zhu family's elders were all at the 6th grade master realm, but they were no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's swordlight left a trail of corpses in its wake. Their blood essence had been devoured by Lu Ming. After killing a few Zhu family elders, Lu Ming did not continue to attack. Instead, his body flashed and he focused on devouring the blood essence of those who had already died in battle. As long as they were martial masters or above, he would devour their blood essence. And NBSP, hoo-hoo. Waves of energy gushed out from his blood and surged into his body. Lu Ming absorbed them and turned them into essential qi. When all the blood essence was refined, Lu Ming's cultivation level rose to the peak of the middle 5th grade master realm. He was just one step away from the late 5th grade master realm. At this moment, the battle was coming to an end. The Zhu family's patriarch and a few other elders were all killed by Lu Ming. How could the remaining few elders be a match for Zhou Linshan and the rest? They were also killed one by one. When the other Zhu clan disciples saw the situation, their morale completely fell and they fled for their lives. Corpses were left on the mountain path and in the forest. The smell of blood filled the air, making it look like a purgatory on earth. In this battle, the Zhu family left behind more than 200 corpses, and the Zhou family also lost more than 100 people. However, none of the Zhou clan's higher-ups were dead, while almost all of the Zhu clan's higher-ups were dead. One could imagine that after this battle, the Zhu family was bound to be swallowed up by the Zhou family. However, Lu Ming was not concerned about all this. Roar! Roar! The three ghosts of Mount Yin, Su Feiyun, and the others were still roaring, but they had obviously exhausted all their strength. They lay limply on the ground and soon stopped breathing. This young hero, thank you for saving me this time. At this moment, Zhou Linshan walked over and cupped his fists at Lu Ming. He bowed to him and expressed his sincere gratitude. If Lu Ming had not made a move and killed the Zhu family's patriarch and a few elders, the outcome would have been completely reversed. He was sincerely grateful to Lu Ming. You're welcome, Zhou family head. I was only protecting myself. A faint smile appeared on the person's face as he cupped his hands in greeting. Zhou Linshan smiled faintly. However, when his gaze fell on the long sword in Lu Ming's hand, his expression changed and he cried out, "The Heavenly Star Sword, why is the Heavenly Star Sword in your hands?" As soon as he said that, Lu Ming's heart trembled. His eyes lit up and he said, "How do you know the name of this sword? Do you know my father?" "Your father? Could it be that your brother Yuntian's son?" Zhou Linshan was pleasantly surprised. "That's right, I'm Lu Yuntian's son." Lu Ming fixed his gaze on Zhou Linshan. Ha ha ha, I was the one who personally gave this heavenly star sword to your mother. How could I not know what this sword is called? Zhou Linshan laughed out loud, looking very excited. Chapter 68. News of Lu Yuntian. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes widened and he said anxiously, "You're saying that you were the one who gave my mother this sword?" "Not bad." Zhou Linshan stroked his beard and nodded. "I remember that there was a bronze pendant besides this sword." Lu Ming had no more doubts. He cupped his fists and said, "Lu Ming greets the Zhou family head. Haha, it's been so many years since we last met. I didn't expect you to be so old and have such a profound cultivation base." Zhou Linshan laughed and said, "Let's go over there and talk." Soon after, the two of them arrived at a hillside. Zhou Linshan told Lu Ming about him and Lu Yuntian. As it turned out, more than 8 years ago, when Zhou Linshan was out traveling, Lu Yuntian was the one who saved him when he was in danger. Later on, the two of them got along well and became close friends. About 7 years ago, Lu Yuntian found Zhou Linshan and handed him 2 items. One of them was the heavenly star sword, and the other was a bronze pendant. He also told Zhou Linshan that if anything happened to him, he should wait for 2 years before giving the 2 items to Li Ping secretly. Lu Ming came to a realization. It was no wonder that Lu Yuntian had sent these 2 items 2 years after he had spread the news that something had happened. Before this, he had found it strange. "Zhou family head, I want to know, how did my father die? Who killed him?" Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Since Lu Yuntian had given these 2 items to Zhou Linshan in advance and even said that something would happen to him, it was obvious that Lu Yuntian knew that someone was going to deal with him. That was why he had made such preparations. Who was it that wanted to deal with Lu Yuntian? Perhaps Zhou Linshan knew something. Sure enough, Zhou Linshan frowned and hesitated for a long time before he said, "Lu Ming, your father might not be dead." Boom, boom, boom. It was as if thunder had exploded in Lu Ming's heart. "I'm not. He didn't die?" Lu Ming's pupils dilated rapidly. Then, his heart was filled with ecstasy. "Zhou. Uncle Zhou, are you saying that my father is not dead? Then where was he? Why didn't you come home for so many years?" Lu Ming's heart was trembling. Even his voice was trembling. "If I'm not wrong, Brother Yuntian should be under someone's control." Zhou Linshan thought for a while and said, "Controlled? Who is it?" Lu Ming clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. His eyes were red as he asked. Zhou Linshan furrowed his brows. After a while he said, "Nephew, I can tell you, but you have to promise me that you won't act rashly. Otherwise, you'll just die in vain. Otherwise, I'd rather not tell you than let you die in vain." Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "Uncle Zhou, don't worry. I won't act rashly before I'm strong enough." Seeing the determination in Lu Ming's eyes, Zhou Linshan heaved a long sigh. "All right, I'll tell you. Brother Yuntian is most likely in the imperial capital, and the person who did this should be someone from the 10 Direction Sword School." The imperial capital. The 10 Direction Sword Sect. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly emitted a shocking glow. Zhou Linshan was shocked. He quickly said, "The Burning Sun Empire's capital is now under the control of the 10 Direction Sword Sect. The 10 Direction Sword Sect is the leader of the 5 great sects of the Burning Sun Empire. You must not act rashly." "Don't worry, Uncle Zhou. I know what to do." Lu Ming took a deep breath. Among the 5 major sects of the Blazing Sun Empire, the 10 Direction Sword Sect was ranked first. They occupied a large area of rich land in the middle of the Blazing Sun Empire. Their strength was so great that even the mystical sword sect was far inferior to them. He naturally wouldn't rashly go to save her. Otherwise, she would probably be killed before even seeing his father. His current strength was many times weaker than the entire 10 Direction Sword School. If father is really just being controlled and hasn't been killed for so many years, then it's obvious that father has something that the 10 Direction Sword School needs. Then, nothing will happen after this. However, no one can guarantee such things. Strength. I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. If I'm strong enough now, I can directly kill my way over to the Imperial capital and the 10 Direction Sword School. But it won't take long, father. I'll definitely save you. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with determination, and his body was filled with a strong fighting spirit. That's good. AI, it's all my fault for not being strong enough. All these years, I've missed my younger brother Yuntian, but I was unable to save him. Today, I was even saved by my nephew. I really owe you and your father too much. Zhou Linshan sighed. Uncle Zhou, how can you be blamed for this? After all, the other party is the 10 Direction Sword School. I'm already very grateful that you can help give us this sword. Lu Ming consoled her. However, Zhou Linshan continued to sigh. After a while he asked, Nephew, where do you plan to go next? I'm planning to go to the Dark Blood Mountain. There's a mission to do there. Lu Ming did not hide anything. Dark Blood Mountain? It's not far from here, but there are many demonic beasts in the Dark Blood Mountain, so nephew must be careful. I'm going to send little Ro back now. Her father needs the vitality supplement pill. Nephew, come visit the Zhou family when you have time. Zhou Linshan invited. All right, I'll definitely visit you when I have time. Lu Ming will take his leave now. Lu Ming cupped his fists and saluted. Then, in a flash, he chose a green scale horse on the mountain road and rode on it, continuing to head towards the direction of the Dark Blood Mountain. Looking at Lu Ming's back view, Zhou Linshan's eyes shone with anticipation. He muttered to himself, Brother Yuntian, nephew Lu Ming has joined the mystical sword sect. He has such a high cultivation base at such a young age. Perhaps he can really save you in the future? The green scale horse galloped madly for more than 100 miles before Lu Ming stopped in a valley. Lu Ming sat on a green rock, in a daze. More than 6 years ago, when he first found out about Lu Yuntian's accident, he did not believe it. He didn't believe that the indomitable man in his eyes would die. However, as time passed, there was still no news of Lu Yuntian. Lu Ming gradually believed that Lu Yuntian had really died. However, today, he suddenly learned that Lu Yuntian might still be alive. He was extremely excited. If Mother knows about this, she'll be so happy. No, I can't let Mother know for now. If Mother knows that Father is in the hands of the 10 Direction Sword School, she'll be even more worried. Father, you must wait for me. Ming, will definitely save you. People from the 10 Direction Sword Sect, I, Lu Ming, swear that no matter who you are, I will make you pay the price. Lu Ming's thoughts drifted. He recalled the days when Lu Yuntian was still around. Lu Ming did not know how long had passed before he snapped out of his thoughts. Then with a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the Supreme Shrine. He was currently on the Supreme Shrine's second platform. As for the third platform, he still couldn't get up there. He didn't know what cultivation level he would need to get up there. After that, Lu Ming picked up the storage ring that he had obtained from Zhu Bing. What could be in the storage ring of the Zhu family's elder? Chapter 69 Fire Gun Art. His mind sank into the storage ring and a small space was reflected in Lu Ming's mind. The space was about the size of a square, about the same size as the storage ring he had obtained from Duanmu Ju. There were a few boxes scattered inside. With a wave of his hand, these boxes appeared on the Supreme Shrine's platform. First of all, a small and exquisite box came into Lu Ming's sight. Because this box was lined with gold, it looked luxurious and extraordinary. After opening the box, it turned out to be a book. The fire gun art was a martial skill. Lu Ming could not help but think of the spear technique that Zhu Bing had performed previously. Wasn't it called the fire gun technique? He still remembered the power of that spear art. He opened it with some anticipation. At first glance, Lu Ming was shocked. A profound rank martial skill. This spear technique was actually a profound rank martial skill. Black-grade low-level martial arts technique. Fire gun technique. No wonder it's so powerful. It's actually a black rank martial arts technique. I'm going to hit the jackpot. Lu Ming was overjoyed. A black-grade martial skill was many times more precious than a yellow-grade martial skill. Lu Ming could not wait to read it. The more he read, the the more shocked he was. What a powerful force. There's no way to compare it with a yellow-grade martial skill. The difference is like heaven and earth. That Zhu Bing has probably only cultivated it to the first level and has only just glimpsed the door. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Generally speaking, as long as one could cultivate a black-grade low-level martial arts technique to the first level, its power would be comparable to the 6th level of a yellow-grade high-level martial arts technique. The first level was already comparable to the 6th level of a yellow-grade high-level martial arts technique. One could only imagine how powerful a black-grade martial arts technique was. But at the same time, the difficulty of cultivating black-level martial arts techniques was many times more difficult than yellow-level martial arts techniques. It was difficult for a normal Master Realm warrior to successfully cultivate it. Unless he was a top genius. Zhu Bing had trained hard for decades, but he had only managed to cultivate to the first level. I wonder how many contribution points it would cost to exchange for a black-rank martial arts technique in the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's library. It's a pity that it's a spear technique, and I'm a sword practitioner, so I can't cultivate it. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Wait! Lu Ming's eyes darkened and then lit up. He muttered, "Who said I'm a swordsman? The true war dragon technique that I've been cultivating has produced dragon-shaped true qi, and my spear is like a dragon. Perhaps I've been going in the wrong direction all this time." Since he was young, Lu Ming had always wanted to use his sword to travel the world. Naturally, he had a special love for swords. Later on, he obtained the lustrous sword technique from the Supreme Shrine and joined the mystical sword sect. Therefore, subconsciously, Lu Ming felt that he should be a swordsman. However, during this period of time, the lustrous sword technique had been stuck at the 5th level, and it was difficult to break through the 6th level, which was the unity of man and martial arts. He had thought that it was just because he was not mature enough. As long as he cultivated diligently, he would definitely be able to break through. But now that he thought about it, this was probably not the reason at all. It was because the sword technique was not compatible with him at all. If they were not compatible, they would have to spend more time and energy than others to cultivate to the highest realm. Some people were born to practice the sword, while others were born to practice the saber or the spear. Of course, this was related to one's personality, cultivation techniques, and even the bloodline one had awakened. As for Lu Ming, he cultivated the true war dragon technique and had awakened his bloodline. Now that he was a little like a snake, wouldn't he be more compatible with the spear? Lu Ming picked up Zhu Bing's long spear and thrust it forward. Buzz! The long spear pierced through the air and let out a sharp whistling sound. Lu Ming felt that the dragon-shaped vital energy in his body surged out the moment the spear was thrust forward. It burst out along the long spear. Pili Pala! A ray of spear light burst out like a dragon, piercing the air with a crackling sound. My Xueqi is even smoother. It's done in one go. As expected, I'm more suited to spear training. Lu Ming sighed. It seems like I'll have to properly cultivate my spear technique after I return. However, I'll put it aside for now. I'll see what's in the other boxes first. He put the spear down and looked at the other boxes. There were 2 large boxes, and they were all filled with jewelry, gold, and a silavirer. The other smaller box was filled with gold and a silavirer notes. 1 tael of gold was equivalent to 10 taels of a silavirer. After a rough estimate, these chests added up to at least 2 million taels of a silavirer. This made Lu Ming ecstatic. 2 million taels of a silavirer was equivalent to 20,000 contribution points. How much demonic beast blood essence could it be exchanged for? This wasn't even considered a profound grade martial arts technique, but what about the fire gun technique? This trip was not in vain. However, this time, Lu Ming truly understood the dangers of the world. The competition was intense not only within the mystical sword sect, but in other places. For the sake of survival, for the sake of resources, they would fight and kill without end. Even if you were a disciple of a big sect, if you were a little careless, you would die. Just like this time, Zhu Juming knew that he was a disciple of the mystical sword sect, but he still dared to attack. If he was not careful enough, he would have become Zhu Bing's chess piece and died under the poisonous insect. Everyone was fighting hard. If you didn't advance, you would be surpassed by others and become a stepping stone for others. Lu Ming was not willing to be someone else's stepping stone. Therefore he had to work hard. He wanted others to be his stepping stone. After he was done, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and continued his journey to the Dark Blood Mountain. A day later, a majestic mountain range appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. The Dark Blood Mountain was a famous mountain in the eastern part of the Burning Sun Empire. Because the entire Dark Blood Mountain range was dark red in color. The ground was dark red, the rocks were dark red, and even the plants were dark red, as if they had been soaked in blood. That was why it was called Dark Blood Mountain. According to the legends, the Dark Blood Mountain wasn't originally like this. After an unknown period of time, there was once a peerless expert who had a great battle with someone. Fresh blood scattered and seeped into the mountains and rivers, and that was how the Dark Blood Mountain was formed. If this was true, it would be extremely shocking. What kind of existence was this? That's why there was so much blood that dyed the mountains red. Regardless of whether it was real or fake, there were indeed some very strange treasures in the Dark Blood Mountain, which attracted many people to come here to seek for treasures. The blood Reiki flower and the dark bloodstone that Lu Ming needed for the mission were among them. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming dashed into the Dark Blood Mountain. It was indeed very strange. The trees that came into view were all dark red, and the stones under his feet were also dark red. Lu Ming kept moving forward, his eyes searching everywhere to see if he could find the blood Reiki flower. Buzz! Suddenly, a ray of red light shot toward Lu Ming. Buzz! The sword was unsheathed, and the red light was cut in half. It was a dark red scorpion. The scorpion was poisonous. Lu Ming slowed down and observed his surroundings carefully. After a few miles. Roar! Roar! More than 10 giant wolvers with dark red fur surrounded Lu Ming. This was the unique dark blood wolf of the Dark Blood Mountain. It was 1.5 meters tall and 3 meters long. It was extremely powerful. Every one of them was a Class 1 Level 2 demonic beast, and there were even a few Class 2 Level 2 demonic beasts. Roar! Roar! More than a dozen dark blood wolvers pounced on Lu Ming. Chapter 70. The Strange Blood-Colored Liquid. Ultimate Flowing Light. The sword light flashed like lightning across the sky, bringing with it streams of blood. When the sword light faded, the dozen dark blood wolvers had all been killed. At once, Lu Ming controlled his blood meridian and devoured all the blood essence of the dark-blooded wolvers. The blood essence of this dark blood wolf is so rich in life essence. Lu Ming's eyes lit up during the refining process. He discovered that the life essence contained in the blood essence of the dark blood wolf was double that of other demonic beasts of the same level. The blood essence of a Class 1 second-level dark-blooded wolf was almost as good as the blood essence of other Class 2 second-level demonic beasts. A dark blood wolf at the second grade of the second level was almost as powerful as a demonic beast at the third grade of the second level. Could it be that all the demonic beasts in the Dark Blood Mountain are like this? The life essence contained in the blood essence is even denser than the demonic beasts outside? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Then, they continued to move forward. Along the way, they encountered many demonic beasts, all of which were killed by Lu Ming. As expected, the demonic beasts here, regardless of their species, contained a much richer essence. However, most of them were Class 1 or Class 2 demonic beasts. A small number of them had only reached the 4th or 5th grade of the second level. The improvement Lu Ming could make was very limited. Just like that, Lu Ming hunted demonic beasts in the Dark Blood Mountain while searching for the blood Reiki flower. However, 3 days had passed and Lu Ming did not even find a single blood Reiki flower. The efficiency was really bad. As for the dark bloodstone that Lu Ming needed the most, there was no trace of it. Lu Ming had no choice but to continue searching and treat it as cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. In total, Lu Ming had been in the Dark Blood Mountain for 10 days. At this moment, Lu Ming finally found a blood Reiki flower. On the other hand, his cultivation had already reached the 5th grade Master Realm Advanced stage, and he wasn't far from reaching the pinnacle. Hiss! Hiss! A dark red python slithered quickly with Lu Ming hot on its heels. This giant python was a demonic beast at the peak of 6th grade second level. It was rare to encounter such a high-level demonic beast in the Dark Blood Mountain, so Lu Ming did not want to let it go. However, the giant python was extremely fast. With a twist of its body, it covered a distance of tens of meters. Lu Ming could not catch up to it in a short time, even with his dragon serpent steps. The snake and the human kept running forward. Before he knew it, he had run for dozens of miles and arrived at a dense forest. At this time, the giant python's speed gradually slowed down. Let's see where you can run to now. Lu Ming smiled and the sword gleam slashed at the giant python. Cece. The giant python hissed and spat out wisps of poisonous gas at Lu Ming. Lu Ming dodged it in a flash. Then, he took a step forward and rushed toward the python. A sword light flashed and left a long wound on the python's body. Fresh blood flowed out. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt a burning pain on his skin, as if he was being corroded by something. What's going on? Lu Ming was shocked. I clearly avoided the python's poisonous gas. How did this happen? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. At this moment, he realized that there was a faint dark red blood aura in the air. If one did not pay attention, one would not be able to tell. Could it be that this blood qi is poisonous? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He immediately circulated his essential qi and spread it throughout his body to resist the blood qi. When the blood qi collided with the genuine qi, it actually made a sizzling sound, as if it was corroding the genuine qi. What a powerful poisonous gas. At this moment, the giant python was dragging its injured body and slithering forward. Lu Ming swung his sword and cut off the giant python's head. Then with a thought, the small snake-like bloodline appeared and opened its mouth. 9 drops of blood essence flew out of the giant python's body and were swallowed by the small snake. However, it was not over yet. The small snake opened its mouth again and sucked in the red blood qi beside Lu Ming. Then, a sizzling sound could be heard as if the blood qi was being refined. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This worked too. However, in this way, there was no blood qi around Lu Ming's body. The feeling of corrosion on his skin had also disappeared. That's good too. I can see what this place is. Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. He continued to move forward. The further he went, the thicker the red blood qi became. However, the small snake kept absorbing it. There was always a vacuum around Lu Ming's body that prevented the blood qi from entering. When this blood qi was devoured and refined by the spirit-devouring bloodline, it would also be transformed into wisps of energy. However, this energy was not very strong and was not of much use to the improvement of cultivation. After walking for a few thousand meters, he smelled a faint scent of blood. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. After walking another 100 meters, a pool of water appeared in front of him. The pool wasn't big, about 10 meters in length and width. However, it wasn't water in the pool, but a dark red liquid. The pool was filled with a dark red liquid that looked like blood. The faint smell of blood was obviously coming from the pool. The blood qi in the air was also emitted from this pool. By the side of the pool, there were many small red flowers. Lu Ming was overjoyed at the sight of the flowers. Blood Reiki flowers. These are all blood Reiki flowers. Ha ha ha, I've really worn out my iron shoes and searched high and low for them, but I found them without any effort. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Following that, Lu Ming walked to the side of the pond and picked the fruits carefully. The liquid in the pool was obviously poisonous. Lu Ming did not want to come into contact with it. Half an hour later, Lu Ming had picked all the blood spirit flowers by the pond. There were a total of 54 of them. In addition to the one he had found earlier, there were 55 of them. This was a huge harvest. One herb was 100 contribution points, so 55 of them would be 5,500 contribution points. After picking them, Lu Ming looked at the liquid in the pool. Although the liquid was highly toxic, it obviously contained a powerful energy essence. Otherwise, it would not have been able to produce so many blood Reiki flowers. Can the spirit-devouring bloodline devour and refine this liquid? Lu Ming started to think. Let's try devouring a drop first. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. It was impossible to improve his cultivation quickly and walk the path of a martial arts powerhouse without taking some risks. Lu Ming immediately circulated his essential qi and scooped up a drop of red liquid. He then controlled his blood meridian and swallowed the drop of liquid. Chi-chi. Lu Ming seemed to be able to feel a sizzling sound in his blood vessels. Then, a wave of energy surged into Lu Ming's body. It really works. Lu Ming was overjoyed. At once, Lu Ming sat cross-legged by the pool and controlled his spirit-devouring bloodline to devour and refine the liquid. Of course, Lu Ming did not dare to devour too much at once. He would only devour them in small amounts. It was true that the spirit-devouring bloodline devoured and refined this liquid much slower than the blood essence of demonic beasts. However, it was still many times faster than directly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. Lu Ming's cultivation level began to increase rapidly again. Half a day later, Lu Ming had reached the peak of the 5th grade Master Realm. 3 days later, Lu Ming broke through in one go and reached the 6th grade Master Realm. It was not over yet. Lu Ming continued to cultivate. He cultivated for more than 20 days. In total, Lu Ming had been cultivating here for a month. In a month's time, all the liquid in the pool had been devoured and refined by Lu Ming, leaving only a pit. Lu Ming's cultivation had also reached the early 7th grade Master Realm. Chapter 71. Dark Bloodstone. In more than a month, Lu Ming's cultivation had advanced by 2 levels. This speed was already extremely shocking. This liquid might be extremely poisonous to others, but to me, it's a treasure. Unfortunately, it's something that can only be encountered by luck. Lu Ming pondered to himself. Then, he opened his mouth and exhaled gently. A beam of air formed and shot out a few meters away like a sharp sword. A 7th grade Master Realm is indeed powerful. He's so much stronger than a 5th grade Master Realm. One move is enough for me to fight Ningfeng again. Feeling the dragon-shaped vital energy surging in his body, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Rustle. At this moment, a rustling sound could be heard. The sound came from the pit, and when he looked closer, he saw a dark red worm crawling in the pit. This worm was thicker than a thumb and more than a foot long. Its entire body was crystal clear like blood jade and it had a mouth of sharp fangs. At this moment, when he saw Lu Ming, he seemed to be shocked. He twisted his body and quickly darted away. This is blood breath bugs. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Then he was overjoyed. According to the ancient records, the blood breath bugs had dark bloodstones as their companions. In other words, the place where the blood breath bugs lived would definitely have dark bloodstones. He had not expected that there would be a blood breath bug in the pond. Lu Ming did not hesitate at all. He rushed over and followed closely behind the blood breath bug. When the blood breath bug saw Lu Ming chasing after it, it twisted its body even faster and rushed forward. Do you think it's that easy to leave? Lu Ming smiled and strode forward, following closely behind the blood breath bug. After about 1,000 meters, the blood breath bug suddenly burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Not good. The blood breath bugs can dig underground. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He rushed over, but the blood breath bugs were nowhere to be seen. Buzz! Lu Ming leaped onto a big tree and scanned his surroundings. Sure enough, not long after 100 meters away, the blood breath bug's figure emerged from the ground and rushed forward. I can't chase it too close. This will only disturb it and prevent it from running back to its resting place. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he jumped onto another big tree. He leaped on the trunk, restrained his aura, and followed closely behind the blood breath bugs. They crossed over mountains and ridges, and continued for dozens of miles. At this time, the blood breath bug stopped again. It burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Could this be the place? Lu Ming pondered. He was not in a hurry to rush out. Instead, he began to observe. After a while, there was still no movement. Lu Ming was certain that this should be the blood breath bug's habitat. Lu Ming moved and came to the place where the blood breath bugs disappeared. Looks like it's here. The dark bloodstone should be right below. Then, he took out the black-edged sword he used before and used it as a shovel to start digging. With Lu Ming's cultivation level and the sharpness of the black-edged sword, he was able to dig through the rocky ground at a very fast speed. Soon, a pit several meters deep was dug. At this moment, a red light shot out with a swish. It was the blood breath bug. After the blood breath bug rushed out, it did not stop at all and ran away. Lu Ming ignored him and continued digging. Very quickly, a faint fragrance, like that of sandalwood, wafted out. Lu Ming's spirits were lifted. According to the ancient records, although the dark bloodstone was called the dark bloodstone, it did not have the slightest smell of blood. Instead, it had the fragrance of sandalwood. Since this smell was coming out, it meant that there was definitely a dark bloodstone here. Lu Ming dug even harder. As a piece of rock was dug up, a rich fragrance filled the air. Below him, a stone the size of a fist with blood-red lines all over its body appeared before Lu Ming. This was the dark bloodstone. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He took out the dark bloodstone and looked at it carefully. This was the true war dragon technique's third stage, and even the fourth stage required it. He took a look at it and then kept it in the supreme shrine. However, at the next moment, Lu Ming's expression changed because the scent of sandalwood was still coming from below. Could there be dark bloodstones? Lu Ming was overjoyed and quickly dug with all his might. Sure enough, he didn't dig too deep before he found another dark bloodstone. It was still the size of a fist, and it emitted a strong sandalwood fragrance. Ha ha ha, what great luck! Lu Ming was overjoyed and took out the dark bloodstone. However, there was still the fragrance of sandalwood coming from below. Still, there are more? This time, even Lu Ming was a little stunned. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed because he heard the sound of air breaking coming from all around. There's the smell of sandalwood. It's the dark bloodstone. Hurry up! There was a commotion, and then 5 or 6 figures appeared. Bas! And NBSP, whoosh! In the forest, 6 figures suddenly appeared and surrounded Lu Ming. They did not hide their auras at all. They burst out and enveloped Lu Ming. 4 of them were 7th grade Master Realm, and 2 of them were peak 6th grade Master Realm. There were men and women among the 6, but they were all very young, about 18 or 19 years old. At this moment, the 6 of them were looking at the big pit that Lu Ming had dug with burning eyes. There is indeed a dark bloodstone. Kid, you can get lost now. The dark bloodstone here belongs to us. A young man with an aquiline nose looked at Lu Ming and said coldly. Everyone, I was the first to discover this place. Lu Ming smiled faintly. So what if you discovered it first? It's ours now. The hook-nosed young man sneered, his expression full of pride and arrogance. So you want to rob me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming smiled faintly, looking very relaxed. Brat, you're looking for death. The hook-nosed youth shouted coldly, then clawed at Lu Ming. 5 sharp claw gleams were aimed at Lu Ming's chest. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch. Bang! Gotcha! There was a loud bang, followed by a cracking sound. Then, the hook-nosed young man let out a shrill scream and retreated a dozen steps. One of his hands trembled and blood kept flowing out. His 5 fingers had been broken by Lu Ming's punch. Brat, how dare you? Do you know who we are? We're disciples of the Azure Dragon Hall of the Mystical Sword Sect. You're dead for hurting me. My hand. The hook-nosed youth screamed and roared. Azure Dragon Hall disciple? No wonder his cultivation is not weak despite his young age. Lu Ming's expression changed. I remember now. You are Lu Ming, this year's newcomer king, Lu Ming. I saw you from afar when the last trial ended. Suddenly, a female disciple shouted. What? He's Lu Ming? The others couldn't help but exclaim. I didn't expect that you would still recognize me. Lu Ming touched his nose and smiled faintly. Lu Ming, although you're the newcomer king, I still have to give you a piece of advice. Get out of the way and leave. We can pretend that today's incident never happened because this dark bloodstone is something Senior Brother Yao Tianyu needs. We're also looking for it under Senior Brother Yao Tianyu's orders. The woman said one sentence after another, her tone full of confidence. She felt that as long as she mentioned Yao Tianyu's name, Lu Ming could only get lost obediently. Chapter 72. Geniuses on the bronze list. Who knew that Lu Ming's next sentence almost caused her to suffer from internal injuries? Who is Yao Tianyu? It's none of my business that he needs the dark bloodstone, but do I need it? I'll let you off on account of us being from the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming waved his hands and said impatiently. You! How dare you? Senior brother Yao Tianyu is a genius on the bronze rank, the top of all the bronze disciples. Are you tired of living? The young woman shouted angrily, her face red. He's on the bronze rank. No wonder he's so arrogant. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. The bronze ranking was a ranking list among the 4 halls of the mystical sword sect. Those who could be listed on this list were all top geniuses among the bronze disciples. Each of them was terrifyingly powerful. He was now standing at the peak of the bronze disciples. But what did it have to do with Lu Ming? He didn't care if he was a disciple of the bronze ranking. Did he think that a disciple of the bronze ranking could snatch his dark bloodstone? When the woman saw Lu Ming in a daze, she thought that Lu Ming was afraid of the bronze list. She sneered and said, Lu Ming, hand over the dark bloodstones now, then follow us to Kowtow and admit your mistakes to senior brother Yao Tianyu. This way, perhaps senior brother Yao Tianyu can let bygones be bygones. Hand over the dark bloodstone? Kowtow and admit your mistake? Lu Ming looked at the lady with a strange expression, as if he was looking at a fool. He then said, You're all bronze disciples of the mystical sword sect, but there's something wrong with your brains. The young woman was stunned and only reacted after a long time. She was so angry that her whole body trembled and she screamed, Lu Ming, what did you say? You're looking for death. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Let's attack together and cripple him. Then, we'll bring him to senior brother Yao Tianyu and let him deal with him. The hook-nosed youngster also shouted with a sinister expression. Attack! The 6 of them attacked at the same time and charged toward Lu Ming. Sword Qi, Saber Radiance, Claw Force, Palm Wind instantly enveloped Lu Ming's entire body. You're looking for death. Lu Ming's eyes darkened. With a move of his hand, the star sword appeared in his hand. With a flash of sword radiance, he slashed out more than 10 times in an instant. Ah! Ah! With 6 consecutive screams, the 6 youths from the Azure Dragon Hall retreated rapidly. The 6 of them were forced back a dozen steps before they could regain their footing. Each of them had a deep sword wound on their chest, and blood was flowing out. A single sword had injured 6 people. How can he be so strong? How was that possible? More than a month ago, I heard that he defeated Ning Feng, but it was a difficult victory. How could he become so strong in just a month? The 6 young men's faces were pale and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Go! Let's go! This person can't be defeated. The woman screamed and quickly retreated. She was almost scared out of her wits. Buzz! Buzz! The other 5 didn't dare to stop and ran for their lives. Lu Ming's eyes flickered but he did not pursue. He wasn't confident that he could keep all 6 of them alive if they scattered. After that, Lu Ming continued to dig. Following that, Lu Ming dug out 2 more dark bloodstones in a row. There were a total of 4 dark bloodstones in this place. That's enough. Lu Ming laughed. After checking that there were no more dark bloodstones, Lu Ming turned and left. The blood Reiki flower and the dark bloodstone have been found. It's time to return to the sect. Lu Ming smiled. Although there were some twists and turns on this trip, everything was considered smooth. His figure didn't stop, and he headed towards the direction of the Dark Blood Mountain. Along the way, he came across a dark blood wolf that was alone. He tamed it and used it as a mount. That green scale horse had been outside for so long, it had probably run off to who knows where. This dark blood wolf was a demonic beast of 2nd grade 2nd level. It was extremely strong and powerful, far beyond the green scale horse. He crossed mountains and ridges as if he was walking on flat ground. Very quickly, he left the Dark Blood Mountain and headed in the direction of the mystical sword sect. In the depths of Dark Blood Mountain, a figure was sitting cross-legged on a large rock on the peak of a mountain. This figure looked to be only about 17 years old. He was handsome and had a cold expression. He was just sitting there casually, but he exuded a sharp aura. On the side, there were more than 10 young men standing there, not even daring to breathe loudly. These youths included the 6 youths from before. Senior brother Yao, this is what happened. The hook-nosed youth reported. This cold-looking young man was Yao Tianyu, a genius on the bronze ranking. In the world of martial Dao, the strong came first. Although Yao Tianyu was young, the others still respectfully called him senior brother. Yao Tianyu furrowed his brows and said, "You're saying that there might be more than one dark bloodstone there and they're all in Lu Ming's hands now?" "That's right, senior brother Yao. That Lu Ming is extremely arrogant. Not only did he injure us, but he also didn't give you any face at all." But Lu Ming said that Yao Tianyu is something. The hook-nosed young man hurriedly replied. Of course, there were a lot of exaggeration in his answer. The other 5's eyes flashed, but they didn't refute the hook-nosed youth. Hee hee. After hearing this, Yao Tianyu let out a cold smile and said, "Are all the newcomers so arrogant these days? Lu Ming? Newcomer king? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? Let's talk about it in a few years." Then he looked at the crowd and said, "Go and find Lu Ming. As long as he's still in the Dark Blood Mountain, I won't let him return to the Vermilion Bird Hall." "Yes." A dozen of young men replied loudly. Then, their figures flickered and they left the mountain peak, disappearing into the forest of the Dark Blood Mountain. "Lu Ming!" Yao Tianyu muttered as a killing intent flashed across his eyes. The Dark Blood Wolf was as fast as lightning, and its speed was much faster than the green scale horse. In less than 7 days, Lu Ming arrived at the sky-crossing city again. When he passed by the Zhu family's residence, he discovered that the house was already empty. Even the main door was covered in cobwebs. It seemed that the Zhu family had already been destroyed by the Zhou family. This was how the divine wilderness continent was. Strength was everything. Every day was filled with killing, and every day, countless forces were destroyed. Lu Ming shook his head. He found a restaurant, ordered some food and wine, and started eating. Unconsciously, his thoughts drifted back to Fiery Wind City. The sky-crossing city is not far from Fiery Wind City. It's only a 3-day journey. I don't need 3 days to ride the Dark Blood Wolf. I might as well go back and see my mother. Lu Ming thought. It had been almost 4 months since he came out. It was time to go back and take a look. He quickly finished his meal, left the restaurant, and headed towards Fiery Wind City. It only took them a little more than 2 days to return to Fiery Wind City. Roar! Walking on the streets of Fiery Wind City, the Dark Blood Wolf let out a long howl, which frightened everyone on the street. What a terrifying demonic beast! Let's go! Go and get the experts of the Lu family to suppress it. The demonic beasts have entered the city. No, look, isn't that the young master of the Lu family, Lu Ming? It's him, it's really him. There was an uproar nearby. The others kept their distance from Lu Ming, afraid that they would be bitten to death by the Dark Blood Wolf. Bang! Lu Ming slapped the Dark Blood Wolf's neck, almost causing it to fall to the ground. What are you shouting for? Be good. Lu Ming berated. Whoa. The Dark Blood Wolf barked like a domestic dog, extremely well behaved. The people nearby were dumbfounded. Chapter 73, Returning Home, Bandits Attacking. The Dark Blood Wolf followed behind Lu Ming like a puppy. Soon, they arrived at the Lu clan's residence. Who's there? Stop. It's the young master. It's the young master. The guard in front of the Lu clan's estate shouted, but he immediately reacted and shouted. Young master is back. Young master, please come in. The guard hurriedly said. Lu Ming smiled and nodded. He led the Dark Blood Wolf into the Lu residence. Good day, young master. The young master is back. The young master is back. After entering the Lu family, the people of the Lu family greeted Lu Ming respectfully when they saw him. Then, the news spread quickly throughout the Lu family. Young master is so powerful, he actually brought such a powerful demonic beast. That's right. I feel that this demonic beast is even scarier than many of the elders. It's actually so well behaved in front of the young master. Of course. The young master is a disciple of the mystical sword sect. Some of the Lu family's servants looked at Lu Ming from afar, especially at the dark blood wolf. They were in a heated discussion, their faces full of respect. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. He had just caught a dark blood wolf as a means of transportation. He did not expect it to cause such a big commotion. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at the main residence. At the main residence's entrance, Li Ping was already looking forward to it. She had obviously heard the news. Ming-er. At the sight of Lu Ming, Li Ping's face broke into a happy smile. Mother, I've come back to see you, Lu Ming said affectionately. Then he patted the dark blood wolf's neck and said, obediently lie down at the door and don't move. Otherwise, I'll kill you to go with my wine. Woo-woo. The dark blood wolf howled pitifully a few times before lying on the ground obediently. Li Ping and the maidservants behind her were dumbfounded. Mother, let's go in and talk, Lu Ming said. Good, good, Li Ping said. There was a stone table in the main residence's courtyard. At this moment, Li Ping's maidservant had already set up desserts and brewed tea. Ming-er, how have you been? Li Ping asked with concern. Looking at Li Ping's concerned eyes, Lu Ming's heart felt warm. Do you think I've become stronger? After he finished speaking, he even gestured with his arms. Look at how smug you are. Li Ping laughed and scolded him. Then she changed her tone and asked, Ming-er, where's Xueqi? Didn't you come back together? Lu Ming smiled and said, Mother, how's Xueqi doing? She's a genius disciple of the mystical sword sect now. Lu Ming briefly explained what had happened to them during this period. Of course, Lu Ming did not mention anything that was dangerous to Li Ping so that she would not worry. I didn't expect Xueqi to have such talent. I'm really happy for her. Upon hearing that Xueqi had joined the mystical sword sect's most mysterious and powerful Qilin Hall, Li Ping was also very happy. Xueqi had followed her for many years and she had treated Xueqi like her own daughter. Now that Xueqi had become successful, he was naturally happy. The mother and son continued to chat. Roar. Suddenly, a loud roar came from outside the door. It was the roar of the dark blood wolf. Young master, it's us. Then, an old voice was heard. The core elder of the Elder Council. Lu Ming's expression changed. He quickly got up and walked out of the door. At that moment, the dark blood wolf was standing at the door. Its red fur stood on end as it glared at the 5 old men. These 5 old men were the core elders of the Elder Council. What are you doing? Get down. Lu Ming slapped the dark blood wolf again. The dark blood wolf whimpered and obediently lay on the ground again. Young master, is this your war beast? It's so powerful. I'm afraid it's a Class 2 second-level demonic beast. A core elder said as he looked at the dark blood wolf with a hint of fear in his eyes. A second-grade second-level demonic beast was equivalent to a second-grade master realm. In the Lu clan, most of the elders were only at the first-grade master realm. Only a small number of elders, including the core elders of the Elder Council, were above the second-grade master realm. This dark blood wolf could be considered a top expert in the Lu family. The young master actually had such a demonic beast as his battle beast? He was really amazing. A few core elders thought to themselves, oh, this dark blood wolf? It's not my war beast, it's something I caught along the way as a means of transportation. Its speed is still all right, slightly faster than the green scale horse. Lu Ming said casually. What? A means of transportation that you randomly grabbed? The 5 core elders were stunned. Then, they looked at each other in disbelief. Elders, is there anything I can help you with? Lu Ming asked. It's nothing much. It's just that the young master hasn't returned for a long time, so I came to see him. The 5 core elders looked at each other and one of them said. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He had a feeling that the 5 core elders were hiding something from him. Elder, bad news. At this moment, a burly man ran over in a hurry and called out anxiously. The 5 core elders' expressions suddenly changed and they asked in unison, what happened? The middle-aged man glanced at the 5 elders and then at Lu Ming. He said, the Samophis pirates and the skeleton pirates have come to attack again. This time, they're attacking the refined iron mine in the south. The refined iron mine has been surrounded. What? He actually went to sneak attack the refined iron mine. Damn it. One of the core elders roared. The other core elders also looked worried. Elders, what's going on? Lu Ming asked. Hey, young master, it's like this. One of the core elders began to explain. The demonic beast mountain range stretched for thousands of miles and crossed several cities. There were many bandits active in the demonic beast mountain range. Near Fiery Wind City were the Samophis pirates. As for the dry bone bandits, they were a group of bandits that were active near another big city. They were many times stronger than the Samophis pirates. About half a month ago, for some reason, the Samophis pirates suddenly colluded with the dry bone pirates and started to attack some of the Lu family's mines and trade caravans. The Lu clan had naturally organized experts to encircle and annihilate them, but there were many experts among the dry bone bandits. The leader of the dry bone bandits was a 5th grade Master Realm expert. A few days ago, the Lu family's core elders had been dispatched. However, the strongest core elder of the Lu family, who was a 4th grade Master Realm expert, had been injured by the dry bone bandits' leader and was still unable to get out of bed. Samophis pirates, skeleton pirates? There was a flash of killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes. He was very familiar with the Samophis pirates. His first startup capital had been stolen from their lair. How dare they attack the Lu family? Let's go. I'll destroy them. Lu Ming said coldly. Young lord, don't act rashly. The leader of the dry bone bandits is a 5th grade Master Realm expert. I know that you're talented, but you've only joined the mystical sword sect not long ago. We can't defend our Slaviers for now. The Samophis pirates and the dry bone bandits are small in numbers, so it's impossible to break through. Hearing that Lu Ming was about to charge over, the 5 core elders' expressions changed and they hurriedly advised him. That's right, Ming, don't act rashly. Li Ping also advised. Chapter 74 One Sword Strike. Mother, 5 elders, don't worry. It's just 2 groups of bandits. I can kill them with a flip of my hand. You don't have to worry. Send someone to lead the way. There's no need to say anything. Lu Ming smiled, looking very confident. All right then, but we'll go together. One of the core elders said. Lu Ming smiled. He knew that the few core elders were worried about his safety, and he did not reject them. Ming, you must be careful. Li Ping said worriedly. Mother, don't worry. I'll be back soon. Lu Ming gave Li Ping a confident smile. At the sight of Lu Ming's confident smile, Li Ping's worry was slightly alleviated. Not long after, the Lu family gathered some people and headed towards the refined iron mine in the south of the mountain range of beasts under the lead of a few core elders. That refined iron mine was the main source of income for the Lu clan. Of course, they also had a large number of troops. In the past, the Samophis pirates would not have dared to attack this refined iron mine alone. But it was different now. There were the skeleton bandits. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of horses' hooves rang out. The Lu clan had mobilized hundreds of people, causing dust to fill the air. In front of them, a huge mountain appeared. In front of the mountain, there were 300 to 400 people, surrounding the entrance. 2 flags were raised high, one with a snake and the other with a skeleton. Ha ha ha, the Lu clan has indeed sent reinforcements. A burst of laughter came from the bandits. A strong man riding a tall green scale horse blocked in front of them. Samophis pirates, skeleton pirates, and clowns. How dare they attack our Lu family? They're really looking for death. Lu Ming rode on the dark blood wolf and led the way, shouting coldly. Young master, don't be careless. This man is the 2nd leader of the dry bone bandits. His cultivation has already reached the 4th grade Master Realm. One of the core elders hurriedly reminded. The burly man was slightly taken aback when he saw Lu Ming. Then, he turned to look at the dark blood wolf under Lu Ming's command. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a scorching flame flickered. Haha, it seems like there's really no one left in the Lu family. After beating up the old one, a brat still wet behind his ears has come. Are they taking turns to court death? The second-in-command of the dry bone bandits laughed contemptuously and continued, "Your mount is not bad. Hurry up and give it to me. I can give you a quick death." "Give me a quick death?" Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He controlled the dark blood wolf and walked forward step by step. "How ignorant." "I'm ignorant? Don't think that you can scare me with a decent demonic beast as a mount. Just watch how I kill you." "Ha!" The second-in-command of the dry bone bandits bellowed as he maneuvered the green-scale horse and charged at Lu Ming like a gust of wind. The saber in his hand was like a violent gust of wind, slashing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming sat on the dark blood wolf, not moving at all, as if he was frightened. "Young master, be careful." The 5 core elders were shocked and shouted. "Ha ha, die!" The second-in-command of the dry bone bandits sneered, his eyes flashing with killing intent. But the next moment, the smile on his face disappeared, because he saw a flash of sword light, which seemed to be faster than lightning, slashing toward him. He didn't even have time to dodge, let alone dodge, he didn't even have time to react. Then, he felt a cold sensation on his neck. In the next moment, he saw a headless corpse galloping forward on a green-scaled horse. Then, he fell into endless darkness. 1. A sword strike? Behind him, the 5 core elders and the rest of the Lu family were all stunned. The second-in-command of the dry bone bandits, a 4th-grade master realm expert, was an unattainable existence in their eyes. However, Lu Ming had killed him with a single sword strike. It had only been a few months, and the young master's cultivation had already reached such a realm. This thought emerged in the hearts of the Lu family members. Then, their hearts burned with passion and their eyes were filled with infinite anticipation. It had only been a short while and Lu Ming was already so powerful. What realm would Lu Ming reach in a few years or even decades? They seemed to see the rapid rise of the Lu family. "The second leader is dead, the second leader is dead." The dry bone bandits exclaimed. "Who's there? How dare you kill my second brother?" The dry bone bandits roared. A burly man riding on a leopard rushed out of the crowd, his roar like thunder. "Young lord, he's the leader of the skeleton bandits," one of the core elders said. "Just kill him." As Lu Ming's cold voice rang out, he leaped off the dark blood wolf's back and crossed over 20 meters before landing on the ground. Then, he stomped on the ground heavily. With a bang, the ground shook and Lu Ming's body shot out like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the dry bone bandit leader. How could he be so fast? The dry bone bandit leader turned pale with fright. Lu Ming's speed was too fast, so fast that he was shocked. "Die!" The dry bone bandit leader roared in shock. He slashed with all his might, trying to force Lu Ming to retreat. But in the next moment, he was in despair. Whoosh! Lu Ming's sword light was too fast. It was so fast that he could not dodge it in time. Puchi! A head flew high into the air and landed in the middle of the Withered Bones Taoists group. The entire place fell into silence. "Kill!" Lu Ming's loud roar woke everyone up. "Kill, kill! Follow the young master and kill all the bandits." "Let's charge!" The 5 core elders shouted with all their might. Their old faces were red with excitement as they rode on their green-scaled horses and charged towards the Samophis pirates and the dry bone pirates. "Kill! Follow the young master and kill all the bandits." The other members of the Lu clan shouted one after another. With hundreds of people together, their voices were rolling and their morale was high. On the other hand, the first and second leaders of the dry bone bandits had been killed by Lu Ming in succession. They were already scared out of their wits and did not have the courage to resist. They retreated one after another and it was a mess. At this time, a group of people rushed out of the Lu family's refined iron mine, causing more chaos between the two gangs of bandits. Lu Ming rushed into the group of bandits. With a flash of his sword, rows of bandits were killed. Every one of these bandits had blood on their hands. They were all people who deserved to die. Lu Ming did not show any mercy. In his hands, the bandits could not resist at all. He was harvesting lives to his heart's content. Wherever Lu Ming passed by, a large number of corpses would fall. It was a one-sided battle, and the bandits had almost no power to resist. Not long after, the entire area was filled with corpses. 300 to 400 bandits were all killed. Ha ha ha, the Samophis pirates and the Dry Bone pirates have been annihilated. Long live the young master. Long live the invincible young master. The people of the Lu family cheered. It took a long time before it gradually calmed down. After that, a group of people were left behind to clean up the battlefield. The 5 core elders took a group of people and returned to the Lu family with Lu Ming. The news of this battle quickly spread throughout the entire Fiery Wind City. Countless people were shocked by this news. The first and second leaders of the 5th grade Master Realm and 4th grade Master Realm were no match for Lu Ming's single move. They were easily killed by Lu Ming's sword. It was simply too shocking. Li Ping was the happiest of them all. The more powerful Lu Ming was, the happier she would be. After that, the Lu family held a grand banquet, and the famous people of Fiery Wind City came to congratulate them. However, Lu Ming only responded casually and found an excuse to go back to his room to cultivate. Chapter 75. Summoned by Yao Tianyu. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had stayed in the Lu family for 7 days. In the past 7 days, other than cultivating, Lu Ming had been accompanying Li Ping and chatting. There were a few times when he almost wanted to tell Li Ping that Lu Yuntian might still be alive. However, he managed to hold himself back in the end. 7 days later, Lu Ming bade Li Ping farewell and rode the Dark Blood Wolf back to the Mystical Sword Sect. After 5 days, the Mystical Sword Sect was already within sight. Go. Since you've ferried me for so long, I'll set you free. Lu Ming patted the Dark Blood Wolf's neck. Woo-woo. The Dark Blood Wolf cried out excitedly and ran away, as if it was afraid that Lu Ming would go back on his words. It disappeared into the forest in the distance in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming smiled and walked towards the Mystical Sword Sect. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to the Mystical Sword Sect. However, he didn't return to the dormitory first. Instead, he went to the Hall of Missions. He had to hand in the mission first. He walked into the Mission Palace Hall and came to a counter. Junior brother, are you here to accept the mission or to submit it? A pretty young woman asked from behind the counter. I'm here to hand in my mission. Lu Ming passed a mission card to the young lady. It was the Blood Reiki Flowers mission. As for the Zhu family's escort mission, since the Zhu family had already been destroyed, there was naturally no need to hand it in. Blood Flower mission? I wonder how many Blood Reiki flowers you've collected? The young woman asked. She knew that this task was not easy to do. It was not easy to collect the Blood Reiki flowers. Not only did they have to go to the Dark Blood Mountain, but they also only needed 100 contribution points to collect one. It would take too long to go back and forth. It was not worth it at all. Therefore, not many people accepted it. She was rather curious about how many flowers Lu Ming could collect. Senior sister, please check. Lu Ming waved his hand and a huge pile of Blood Reiki flowers appeared on the counter. This, so many? The young woman looked at the Blood Reiki flower on the counter and was stunned. Her small mouth was wide open. She had never expected that Lu Ming would be able to collect so many Blood Reiki flowers. The pile of Blood Reiki flowers also attracted the attention of a large number of people nearby. So many Blood Reiki flowers. Who is this person? You don't even know this year's Rookie King? So it's him. He's so lucky to have found so many Blood Reiki flowers. You're indeed very lucky. Envious voices could be heard from all around. Can you help me check? Lu Ming stretched out his hand and waved it in front of the young woman's eyes. Okay. The young woman came to her senses and quickly helped Lu Ming to count. There are 55 Blood Reiki flowers in total. Each one costs 100 contribution points. That's 5,500 contribution points in total. The young woman said, her eyes revealing a light of envy. 5,500 contribution points. She didn't know how long it would take for her to earn that much. Lu Ming nodded and passed his Identity Jade card to the young lady. After a while, Lu Ming's Identity Jade card had an additional 5,500 contribution points. After handing in the mission, Lu Ming did not stop and went straight to his dormitory. Lu Ming did not notice that there were two young men outside the missions hall who had been watching him leave. Lu Ming is back. Hurry back and report to senior brother Yao Tianyu. Let's go. A moment later, Lu Ming returned to the dormitory. He realized that Pang Shi and Hua Qi were not around. Lu Ming guessed that Pang Shi and Hua Qi were most likely cultivating somewhere else or doing missions. Lu Ming did not think much of it. He walked into the room, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate the true war dragon technique. After a few days of cultivation, Lu Ming's cultivation had already been completely consolidated. He was now fully focused on advancing towards the middle stage of the 7th grade Master Realm. 3 hours later, Lu Ming finally ended his cultivation. Bang! At this moment, there was a loud crash from the door of the courtyard outside. It seemed to have been kicked open. It's not Pang Shi or Hua Qi. Lu Ming's heart stirred. If it were Pang Shi or Hua Qi, they would not have kicked the door in like this. Lu Ming got up and walked out of the room. He saw two young men walking in from outside. Lu Ming, it's good that you're here. A young man in a red robe sneered when he saw Lu Ming. Who are you? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. We are the Azure Dragon Hall's disciples. Senior brother Yao Tianyu is summoning you. Hurry up and bring the Dark Bloodstone to the Azure Dragon Hall and meet him. The red-robed young man said coldly. His tone was filled with arrogance and a commanding tone. Yao Tianyu? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He suddenly remembered. Wasn't he the Yao Tianyu on the bronze list that the Azure Dragon Hall disciples had mentioned on the Dark Blood Mountain? He was really in a hurry. Lu Ming had just returned and he was already here. And it was a summon? She wanted him to meet her. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He replied indifferently with 2 words. I'm not free. What? Not free? Senior brother Yao Tianyu has summoned you. Even if you have a serious matter to deal with, you have to put it down. Quickly take the Dark Bloodstone and come with us. The red-robed youth berated. He still had a haughty expression. Yao Tianyu, what the hell are you talking about? I told you I'm not free. Get lost. Lu Ming's face darkened and he said coldly. What? You're courting death, you. Get lost. Before the red-robed young man could say anything else, Lu Ming let out a furious roar and charged forward, his fists blasting out. Bang! Bang! The 2 young men were also 7th grade Master Realm, but they were no match for Lu Ming. They were sent flying out of the door and landed heavily on the ground. Lu Ming looked down at the 2 of them and said coldly, I told you to get lost. If you don't, I don't mind throwing the 2 of you off the Vermilion Bird Peak. Lu Ming, don't be so arrogant. Just you wait. You won't have a good end for offending senior brother Yao Tianyu. The red-robed young man shouted loudly, and then fled with the other man. The bronze ranking? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He didn't know much about the bronze list, but he knew that anyone who could be on the bronze list was a super genius. The highest cultivation level of a bronze disciple was the 9th grade Master Realm. Once they broke through to the Great Martial Master Realm, as long as they were not too old, they would be promoted to a Esilavira disciple. The geniuses on the bronze list were all at the peak of the 9th grade Master Realm. Moreover, they weren't ordinary peak 9th grade Master Realm experts. They were all geniuses with extremely powerful combat strength. It was said that an ordinary 9th grade master couldn't even last one move against a genius on the bronze list. The geniuses on the bronze list were all unrivaled in the same realm, and they could even fight against those of a higher realm. To the current Lu Ming, he was undefeatable. Lu Ming returned to his room and started to think. My martial art skills are too weak now. I have to practice the fire gun chant as soon as possible. But before that, I need to practice the basic gun skills. Lu Ming pondered. No matter what weapon one cultivated, one would need a foundation. Lu Ming had never cultivated a spear technique before. Without a foundation, it was impossible for him to cultivate a black-level low-quality spear technique the moment he started. One had to have a solid foundation for the spear technique in order to cultivate a profound spear technique. Chapter 76. A man has his own actions and his own faults. The basic usage of the spear was mainly divided into 6 types. It was called the spear 6 words formula: collapse, pull, press, cover, pick, and stab. Only by mastering these 6 basic techniques would he be able to cultivate a more profound spear technique. Immediately, Lu Ming picked up Zhu Bing's spear in the Supreme Shrine and began to cultivate. Whoosh! The long spear turned into a dot and stabbed forward. Then, with a sweep, the long spear turned into a moon shadow and swept out. In this way, Lu Ming practiced the 6-word formula of the basic spearmanship over and over again. In an extremely spacious and luxurious courtyard of the Azure Dragon Court, Yao Tianyu sat in the upper part of the living room with a golden saber. A few people were reporting news to him. 2 of them were the 2 people who went to summon Lu Ming previously. Senior brother Yao, that Lu Ming is too arrogant. He doesn't respect senior brother Yao at all. The red-robed youth said. Lu Ming, do you really think of yourself as the number 1 person? You dare to ignore me? I will make you regret it. Yao Tianyu's eyes were cold. Senior brother Yao, Lu Ming is a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Hall. If he's hiding in the Vermilion Bird Hall, it'll be hard to deal with him. Another young man said with a frown. Do you have any ideas? Yao Tianyu asked. At this time, a shrewd young man rolled his eyes and said, Senior brother Yao, I have an idea that can force Lu Ming to show himself or even make him take the initiative to attack. Then we can take Lu Ming down with a legitimate reason. The man immediately revealed his plan. All right, ha ha ha, let's do that. Yao Tianyu laughed out loud. In the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming had been practicing the 6 words long spear formula. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. I'm still not stable enough. I didn't have any foundation in spear techniques in the past, so my cultivation was too slow. Lu Ming sighed secretly. Also, although this spear is a spiritual weapon of upper 2nd level, its body isn't soft enough. Looks like I'll need to buy a new one in the future. Lu Ming looked at the long spear in his hands and thought to himself. The spear was mainly divided into the spearhead and the spear body. However, the most important thing was still the spear body. The spear body needed to be both hard and soft. It had to be hard and heavy, yet it had to be soft and elastic to a certain extent. Only then could the true might of the spear technique be unleashed. Zhu Bing's spear was called the Fire Pattern Spear. The spear body was made of fire pattern iron and the tip of the spear was made of dark iron essence. It was considered a good upper 2nd level spiritual weapon, but Lu Ming was not satisfied. Although fire patterned iron had a certain degree of elasticity, it was still not enough. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He realized that there was a commotion outside. With a thought, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine, opened the door and walked out. In the courtyard, a group of people walked in. Xueqi was among them. However, at this time, his face was bruised and swollen. He and the others carried a person in. Be careful, you guys be careful. Xueqi called out. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He walked forward and asked, Xueqi, what happened? And who injured you? Lu Ming, you're back. Xueqi was slightly taken aback when he saw Lu Ming. Then, he dodged his gaze and said, I'm fine. I just accidentally fell while doing a mission. Fell down? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He then looked at the person who was being carried in by the crowd. At first glance, his eyes suddenly narrowed. This person was none other than Pang Shi. At this moment, Pang Shi's face was deathly pale, and his eyes were tightly shut. He had already fallen unconscious. What's going on? Lu Ming's expression darkened as he asked. There was a moment of silence, and no one spoke. Lu Ming's face darkened as he searched Pang Shi's body. The more he fumbled, the gloomier Lu Ming's expression became. The bones in his 2 legs were broken into several pieces, the bones in his arms were broken, and 3 of his ribs were broken. What was more serious was that his internal organs had also suffered considerable damage. This was clearly a heavy blow. Such a ruthless method. With such a serious injury, a single mistake could affect his future martial Dao path. In more serious cases, he might even be crippled. Speak, what happened? Lu Ming's voice was extremely cold. Lu Ming, it's really fine. It's all our own fault. Xueqi said through gritted teeth. What caused this? Lu Ming continued to ask. Xueqi, don't hide it anymore. If you don't tell me, I'll tell you. At this time, another young man shouted. The young man was called Lu Qi. Actually, Lu Ming had some impression of these young people. They were the new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Hall this year. Lu Qi, you can't say. Xueqi called out. Xueqi, shut up. Lu Ming shouted and then looked at Lu Qi. Speak. Lu Qi gritted his teeth. Senior brother Lu Ming, Pang Shi was beaten up. He was beaten up by the people from the Star and Moon Alliance. Star-Moon Alliance? Lu Ming frowned. He had never heard of this Star-Moon Alliance. Senior brother Lu Ming, the Star-Moon Alliance is a force formed by some of the Azure Dragon Hall's disciples. They have built a Star-Moon Tower in the trading area, which specializes in buying materials and items from disciples. The price is slightly higher than if you exchange them with contribution points. Lu Qi started explaining. Lu Ming nodded. The trading zone was located in the middle of the 4 great academies. It was where the disciples of the 4 great academies bought and sold their items. Although it was convenient to exchange at the Contribution Palace, the exchange price was relatively lower. Therefore, many disciples would choose to trade in the trading zone when they obtained some materials for alchemy or weapon refinement when they went out for missions. It was more cost-effective that way. Lu Qi continued. During this period of time, Pang Shi and we went out on a mission together. We obtained some materials and sold them at the Star-Moon Tower. Who knew that the Star-Moon Tower would be so despicable? They only offered 1 tael of Asilavirer for an item that cost 1,000 taels of Asilavirer. Pang Shi was so angry that he argued with them. In the end, he was beaten up like this. Even we were beaten up. That's right. The worst thing is that they're only targeting our Vermilion Bird Hall. The other halls are doing fair trade. Another young man shouted. I see, so it's only directly facing the Vermilion Bird Hall? Lu Ming muttered. At this moment, he had calmed down. However, the cold glint in his eyes was extremely cold. The other young men could not help but shiver when they met his gaze. Xueqi, quickly invite the sex alchemist over. No matter how much money I have to spend, I have to save Pang Shi. Lu Ming said coldly. I've already sent someone to invite him. He'll be here soon. Xueqi said. That's good. I'll leave Pang Shi in your care. Lu Ming turned around and walked out. Lu Ming, you can't. There are many experts in the Star-Moon Tower. You're not their match. You'll just be courting death if you go. Xueqi called out. If I don't go, I won't be at ease. Lu Ming only left this sentence and strode away. Although Lu Ming and Pang Shi had only known each other for a few months, Pang Shi had a straightforward and honest personality. Lu Ming had long acknowledged him as the son of a hunter. Lu Ming treated him as a friend or even a brother. Now that Pang Shi had been beaten up to such a state, he could not just ignore it. Although he felt that this matter was very strange and could be a trap, he still felt that it was a trap. But so what? As a man, there were things he should do and things he shouldn't. If he didn't, he wouldn't be at ease. Chapter 77 Arrogant and Despotic. Looking at Lu Ming's back as he left, anxiety flashed across Xueqi's face. He thought to himself, no, Lu Ming will definitely be at a disadvantage if he goes like this. I heard that the Star-Moon Tower is backed by Yao Tianyu, a genius on the bronze ranking. No matter how strong Lu Ming is, he can't be a match for him. I'm going to look for Feng Wu. I'll ask her to look for Elder Mulan. Otherwise, Lu Ming will be in danger. Xueqi warned the others before hurriedly leaving. Speaking of the Star-Moon Tower, there was probably no one in the entire trading district who did not know of it. It was extremely famous. This was because the Star-Moon Tower had the support of Yao Tianyu, a genius on the bronze ranking. Therefore, the Star-Moon Tower's strength was one of the top in the entire trading district. This was because Asilavirer disciples would not interfere with such ordinary trading places. They had a higher-class venue. The Star-Moon Tower was a 3-story building that occupied a large area. Lu Wei was a small leader in the Star Moon Tower. He had joined the Star Moon Tower for more than a year. Due to his quick-witted mind, good management skills, and ruthless methods, he had become a small leader in just over a year. At this moment, he was lazily sitting on an armchair in front of the Star Moon Tower's main entrance and looking forward. This was because there were still some people surrounding the front of the Star Moon Tower. These people were the new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Hall. These people were the same as Pang Shi and the others. They had all been scammed by the Star Moon Tower. At that moment, they were all glaring at Lu Wei, but they did not dare to say anything. This was because they had just seen with their own eyes how one of the disciples had been beaten up by the members of the Star Moon Alliance. He had almost been beaten to death. Lu Wei held a cup of tea and sipped it slowly. Looking at the newbies below, who were angry but dared not say anything, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Damn it, my materials are worth 3,000 taels of a Silavirer, and they only gave me 3 taels of a Silavirer. What's the difference between this and robbery? The disciples clenched their fists tightly and roared in their hearts. What are you all looking at? Asking for a beating, right? Hurry up and get lost. Lu Wei chided him from above. I'll leave if you return the materials to me. Finally, a thin teenager around the age of 15 could not help but call out. Oh, you still dare to ask for the materials back? Are you dreaming? Get this straight, we've already bought your materials, and we've already given you the Silavirer. This is a fair trade, understand? Before Lu Wei could say anything, a lackey with a big mouth jumped out next to him and shouted. After scolding him, he sneaked a glance at Lu Wei and saw Lu Wei nodding his head secretly. He was overjoyed. It seemed that Lu Wei was very satisfied with his performance. Below, the thin young man's face was red. He clenched his fist and said, Fair? My materials are worth more than 5,000 taels of a Silavirer, and you're only giving me 5 taels of a Silavirer. I risked my life to get them. You can't do this. Oh, you still dare to talk back? I think your bones are itching. Do you want to be like that big guy from before and have all your bones broken? Our alliance master personally dealt with that one, so it'll be the same if I do it now. The minion with a big mouth sneered and walked down step by step. The skinny young man gritted his teeth and shouted, What you're doing is against the sect's rules. I'm going to lodge a complaint against you at the law enforcement hall. Oh, you still want to complain about us to the law enforcement hall? I think your bones are really itching. The big-mouthed minion's face was gloomy as he walked towards the thin youth. The skinny boy's face turned pale. The other new Vermilion Bird Hall disciples gritted their teeth, but none of them dared to say a word. In the distance, many disciples from other courtyards were watching the show. They were all very interested as if they were watching a good show. Don't come over. The skinny youth roared and struck out with his palm. However, he was only in the 9th grade warrior realm, while the big-mouthed lackey was an old disciple who had already reached the 3rd grade master realm. He was no match for him. With one move, the skinny young man was hit and spat out blood. He retreated continuously, but the big-mouthed minion quickly caught up and grabbed the skinny young man's neck. You still dare to attack? You're looking for a beating. The big-mouthed minion shouted coldly, then raised his other hand high and slapped the thin youth's face. He's in trouble. The new Vermilion Bird Hall disciple sighed and closed his eyes. However, the expected slap didn't sound out. The crowd fell into silence. They opened their eyes in curiosity and saw that the big-mouthed lackey's arm was being held by someone. It was a youth of about 15 years old, about the same age as them, but he was dressed in a blue robe and had a slender figure. Just by standing there, he gave off the feeling of being as unmoving as a mountain. The thin teenager was prepared to be beaten up, but he suddenly realized that the big-mouthed minion's arm was held by someone. He turned his head and saw a delicate and pretty face. However, this face was extremely cold. Senior brother Lu Ming. The thin teenager could not help but think. Who are you? You dare to block me. Are you looking for death? The minion with the big mouth shouted. Me. She's just a new disciple of the Vermilion Bird Hall. Lu Ming said indifferently. A new disciple of the Vermilion Bird Hall? When he heard that Lu Ming was just a new disciple of the Vermilion Bird Hall, the big-mouthed lackey's courage was boosted. He shouted, You're just a new disciple, And you dare to grab my hand? If you don't let go, then kneel down and admit your mistake. I might spare you. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Trash like you, what are you still doing here? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming exerted force in his palm. Gotcha! The sound of bones cracking was heard. Then, there was the shrill scream of the big-mouthed minion. My hand is broken, let go of my hand. The big-mouthed minion cried out in pain. He loosened his grip on the skinny teenager and desperately tried to break Lu Ming's arm. I can let you go. Lu Ming sneered. Then, he raised his arm high and slapped it down hard. Pa! It was an extremely loud slap. With the sound of the slap, the big-mouthed young man's body was like a broken garbage bag being rolled up by the wind. He flew out with a whoosh, sticking to the ground. Everyone could also see that as he flew out, teeth mixed with blood spurted out of his mouth. The big-mouthed face collapsed and deformed. Bang! The big-mouthed minion fell heavily on the wall beside the stairs. He screamed and fainted. Cool. It felt so good. The Vermilion Bird Hall's new apprentices roared in their hearts. This slap was simply too satisfying, too satisfying. The big-mouthed minions were arrogant and despotic just now, but now they were slapped so badly. It was so satisfying that it seeped into their bones. They wished that they could transform into Lu Ming and give the big-mouthed young man a few tight slaps. At that moment, Lu Wei and the other members of the Star Moon Alliance, who were standing at the entrance of the Star Moon Tower, had their faces turn gloomy. Chapter 78. Slapping his big mouth. Where did this piece of shit come from? Did you eat the guts of a leopard? How dare you hit the people of the Star and Moon Alliance? If I don't cripple you today, I'll change my surname to yours. A dark-skinned young man walked out. He had a majestic figure with bulging muscles like black iron. His eyes were cold as he glared at Lu Ming with a murderous look. Bang! He suddenly leaped from the top of the stairs. While he was in the air, his body glowed with blood-red light and a huge black bear appeared. There were 2 blood-red chakras on the black bear. With his 4th-grade Master Realm cultivation and the black bear bloodline, the burly young man's aura grew even stronger. Like a mountain, he pressed down on Lu Ming. This burly young man was several times stronger than the big-mouthed young man from before. Above, Lu Wei and the rest sneered. They believed that the burly young man would definitely be able to make Lu Ming suffer a great loss. How strong could a new disciple be? However, the next moment, the smiles on their faces froze. Pa! It was still a loud slap. Then, everyone saw the strong young man with an imposing manner fly back at a speed faster than when he had pounced forward. His face was deformed, and blood mixed with teeth flew everywhere. His body fell heavily to the ground, and with a scream, he followed in the footsteps of the big-mouthed young man and fainted. CSI. Lu Wei and the other members of the Star Moon Alliance could not help but gasp. No matter how arrogant they were, they could tell that Lu Ming was an expert. However, since when was there such a powerful master among the new Vermilion Bird Hall disciples? Could it be? Lu Wei's expression changed. He slowly stood up from his chair and asked, Speak, who are you? Senior brother Lu Ming, well done. At that moment, the skinny youth shouted in excitement. Although the new Vermilion Bird Hall disciples had seen Lu Ming earlier, everything had happened so quickly that they did not even have the time to call out his name. Lu Ming? The newcomer king, Lu Ming? On the steps, the expressions of the other members of the Star Moon Alliance changed slightly. To some people, the newcomer king still had some weight, especially 2 months ago when Lu Ming had defeated Ning Feng. So it was him. Not far away, the other senior disciples of the 4 courtyards suddenly understood. It was no wonder that among this year's newcomers, only Lu Ming had the ability and the guts to send 2 members of the Star and Moon Alliance flying in front of the door. Lu Ming, it's really you? But let me tell you, even though you're the newcomer king, you're still too young to cause trouble in the Star Moon Alliance. Lu Wei's eyes flashed as he said coldly. A cold smile hung on the corners of Lu Ming's mouth. Step by step, he ascended the steps and walked towards Lu Wei and the rest. Lu Ming, What do you want to do? Do you really dare to go against the Star-Moon Alliance? You have to think carefully. The leader of the Star-Moon Alliance, Chen Yueshing, is a master on the verge of reaching the 9th grade. I might as well tell you that behind her is senior brother Yao Tianyu, who is on the bronze ranking. If you dare to act rashly, you'll be doomed eternally. Lu Wei shouted with an ugly expression. Lu Ming's figure paused and he stopped in his tracks. Yao Tianyu, it's Yao Tianyu. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a shocking murderous intent. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the Star Moon Tower, a few young men were observing the situation below. One of them was wearing a long robe with stars and moon emblazoned on it. This person was the leader of the Star-Moon Alliance, Chen Yueshing. Alliance Master, aren't you going to make a move now? One of the young men asked. There's no need for us to do anything. Just let Lu Ming do whatever he wants. It's worth it for trash like Lu Wei and the others to be beaten up. Senior brother Yao Tianyu and the people from the Tribunal Council will be here soon. At that time, we can seize the opportunity to take down Lu Ming. Chen Yueshing smiled faintly. In his eyes, Lu Wei and the others were just pawns that he could use. Alliance Master is wise. The other young men took the opportunity to flatter him. Below, Lu Wei saw that Lu Ming had stopped. He thought that Lu Ming was afraid of Yao Tianyu's reputation. He immediately looked smug and shouted, Lu Ming, you've slapped 2 members of the Star-Moon Alliance. This is equivalent to smashing the Star-Moon Alliance's reputation. It's a serious crime. How about this? Take out 2,000 contribution points. No, 5,000 contribution points as medical expenses and apologize in public. I'll consider sparing you. Oh really? You sure are confident. Lu Ming continued to walk forward, step by step. Lu Wei's expression changed again as he shouted, Lu Ming, what do you want to do? I'm warning you, stop right now. However, Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. He continued to walk toward Lu Wei step by step. Cold sweat began to form on Lu Wei's face. He suddenly shouted, Go all together, cripple him. Bas. And NBSP, whoosh. Immediately, more than a dozen young men behind Lu Wei rushed forward. Beams of blood-red light flashed. These young men chose to activate their bloodline without hesitation. Get back to where you came from. Lu Ming waved his hand and slapped it. A series of loud slaps resounded in the air. The Star-Moon Alliance members who had rushed over were sent flying back at a speed faster than when they had come. All of them fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Blood and teeth were spurted all over the ground. From the beginning to the end, Lu Ming only waved his hand, as if he was swatting flies, and the members of the Star-Moon Alliance were sent flying. CSI. A series of gasps could be heard. The disciples of the 4 courtyards were all dumbfounded. The new Vermilion Bird Hall disciples were especially excited. They were all trembling. So strong. Lu Ming has become stronger again. This is a genius, a true super genius. Shenzhen's sect, you only see him once in a few years. Some of the senior disciples said with complicated expressions. All of a sudden, Lu Wei was the only one left at the gate of the Star-Moon Tower. He was so frightened that his face turned pale. He stared at Lu Ming, his body trembling. Lu Ming, I'm warning you. Don't do anything rash. Lu Wei's voice trembled. However, Lu Ming did not look at him. Instead, he lifted his head to look at the entire Star-Moon Tower and mumbled, The Star-Moon Tower no longer needs to exist. Boom! Then, Lu Ming threw a punch at a pillar at the side. Boom! The pillar was made of extremely hard black ironwood. However, under Lu Ming's punch, it exploded into pieces, sending wood chips flying in all directions. Bang! After that, Lu Ming moved and blasted another pillar. With the same boom, the pillar was smashed into pieces. Ka-ka! After 2 pillars were broken, the entire Star-Moon Tower started to shake and made cracking sounds. Lu Ming, you're crazy. What are you doing? Stop it, stop it. Lu Wei's face turned deathly pale, and he started to scream madly. On the 3rd floor, Chen Yueshing could no longer remain calm. She shouted madly, damn it, what is this guy trying to do? However, Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. The sound of a sword rang out as he unsheathed his long sword. He continuously slashed out a few sword qis towards the pillars at the side of the Star Moon Tower. The sword qi whistled and was extremely sharp. It directly cut down 4 pillars on the left and right. Chapter 79: Tearing Down the Star Moon Tower. The Star Moon Tower had used a total of 8 pillars. Lu Ming had broken 6 of them consecutively, leaving only the last 2 pillars. Even with the support of the 2 walls, the Star Moon Tower started to shake violently, making cracking sounds. Lu Ming, you should die. You should die. A furious roar came from the 3rd floor, and then a few figures jumped down. It's Chen Yuesheng. The leader of the Star Moon Alliance, Chen Yuesheng, has finally come out. Someone shouted. At this moment, Chen Yuesheng's face was twisted. She glared at Lu Ming and shouted, Lu Ming, how dare you destroy the Star Moon Tower? Today, I will break every bone in your body and break every vein in your body. I will turn you into a useless person who is worse than a pig or a dog. Lu Ming's means were completely beyond his expectations. He had thought that no matter how strong Lu Ming was, it would take some effort for him to beat Lu Wei and the rest. By then, Yao Tianyu had already arrived with the people from the law enforcement hall. However, he had never expected that Lu Ming's combat strength had far exceeded his expectations. At the same time, his ruthlessness and boldness had completely exceeded his expectations. Lu Ming actually wanted to tear down the Star Moon Tower. This was his blood, sweat and tears, so he had no choice but to show himself. Lu Ming did not say a word. He only looked at Chen Yuesheng coldly. Lu Ming, I don't mind telling you this. I was the one who broke all the bones in your friend's body. Now, I'm going to let you go and accompany your friend. Chen Yuesheng's face was twisted with killing intent. The aura from her body was as heavy as a mountain. Late 8th grade Master Realm. This was Chen Yuesheng's strength. She was extremely powerful, much more powerful than Ning Feng. Otherwise, she would not have been able to open the Star Moon Tower and control the Star Moon Alliance. At the bottom of the stairs, the Vermilion Bird Hall's new apprentices were suppressed by this aura. Their faces turned pale and they retreated. Lu Ming, I admit that you're very powerful. However, it's still too early for you to challenge me. Today, I'll teach you how to be a human for free. You must keep a low profile. When you meet someone you can't defeat, you must tuck your tail between your legs and behave. Boom! As she spoke, Chen Yuesheng's aura grew even stronger. Chen Yuesheng's bloodline was at the 4th level. At this moment, Chen Yuesheng's strength had reached the peak of the 8th grade Master Realm. Lightning Claw. Buzz! Chen Yuesheng took a step forward and with a swoosh, she was in front of Lu Ming. The claws that were as sharp as knives clawed at Lu Ming wildly. In an instant, he had struck out at least 20 times. However, Lu Ming was faster. The sound of a sword rang out. In an instant, dozens of sword lights bloomed from Lu Ming's hands. It was extremely dazzling. Chi-chi! The sword chi whistled, the claw force crossed, and a strong wind gushed out in all directions. The new Vermilion Bird Hall disciples nearby kept retreating. Bang! Bang! Some of the chi flew out and hit the walls of the Star Moon Tower, causing the Star Moon Tower to shake even more. Ah! Suddenly, there was a scream and a figure retreated. It was Chen Yuesheng. A deep sword gash appeared on his shoulder, almost cutting off one of his arms. The surrounding spectators were all shocked. In less than 10 moves, Chen Yuesheng had been defeated and forced to retreat with heavy injuries. Attack! Chen Yuesheng roared. His heart was twitching in fear. Buzz! Buzz! The few young men who were with him rushed toward Lu Ming. As for Chen Yuesheng, she was actually running away. He wanted to escape. Chen Yuesheng, don't even think about running. Dang! Lu Ming roared. His sword glowed brightly and it was extremely sharp. Whoosh! Whoosh! The few young men were instantly sent flying. They flew far away and crashed heavily into the wall of the Star Moon Tower. Boom! 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 This time, the Star Moon Tower could no longer hold on and collapsed. Quickly retreat! Some of the disciples of the four courtyards who were close to him turned pale with fright and quickly retreated. Boom! 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 The entire Star Moon Tower collapsed, stirring up dust. Lu Ming's body was as fast as lightning as he dashed toward Chen Yuexing. Chen Yuexing was severely injured and her speed was greatly reduced. In a few breaths, Lu Ming had caught up to her. Lu Ming. Wait a minute. We can discuss this further. What do you want? I can give you anything. Seeing that she could not escape, Chen Yuexing stopped and started to plead. At the same time, she wanted to use her benefits to stabilize Lu Ming. At the same time he kept thinking, soon. Senior brother Yao Tianyu and the others will be here soon. When they arrive, Lu Ming, I'll see how you die. I want revenge. I want revenge 10 times, 100 times more. What do I want? The cold smile on Lu Ming's lips grew wider. What I want is very simple. I just want you to use twice the amount of what you have used on my brother, Pang Shi. Boom! He threw a punch at Chen Yuexing's stomach. With a crack, a few of her ribs were broken. She was sent flying and coughed up blood. Next, it's your 4 limbs. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he walked to Chen Yuexing's side. No, don't! Chen Yuexing shouted. Stop! At this time, a furious roar suddenly came from the distance. At the same time Bas, and NBSP, whoosh. One figure after another rushed over. The Enforcement Palace, it's the people from the Enforcement Palace. The leader is Yao Tianyu. It's over. This time, Lu Ming is finished. The surrounding senior disciples cried out in surprise when they saw these people rushing over. Of course, some people were surprised, a few were worried, but most of them were gloating. The Tribunal Council was established by the 4 great halls. Each hall would select a few people to join the Tribunal Council to maintain the order of the mystical sword sect. Senior brother Lu Ming, the enforcement hall is here. Let's go. The skinny teenager who was saved by Lu Ming earlier shouted. Ha ha ha, the people from the Tribunal Council are here. Senior brother Yao Tianyu is here. Lu Ming, you're finished. How dare you break my ribs? I'll make you pay 10 times or 100 times more. Chen Yuexing's arrogance was completely restored as soon as the people from the Tribunal Council arrived. She called out coldly. Law Enforcement Hall? Hee hee. No one will be able to save you today. Lu Ming's eyes were still cold. He was unmoved. He raised his foot and stomped on Chen Yuexing's leg. The arrogance on Chen Yuexing's face disappeared and was replaced by endless fear. She wailed, no, don't. Gotcha. Lu Ming stomped his foot heavily on Chen Yuexing's leg. The bone in her leg was broken into several pieces by Lu Ming's essential qi. Ah, my leg. Senior brother Yao, save me. Chen Yuexing wailed. Bang, bang. Lu Ming's legs were as fast as lightning and he stomped 2 more times. These 2 feet were on Chen Yuexing's other leg and arm. Chen Yuexing's leg and hand bones broke into several pieces. At this moment, the people from the Law Enforcement Hall finally arrived and surrounded Lu Ming. Chapter 80. What's there to be afraid of? I told you to stop, did you not hear me? The person in the lead was about 17 years old. In a casual battle, he was as unmoving as a mountain. His aura was oppressive, and his eyes were filled with killing intent, like a wolf or a tiger. It's really Yao Tianyu. He's here personally. Low exclamations spread out in the surroundings. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. So this teenager was Yao Tianyu. I heard you, but why should I stop? He said calmly, his face still calm. How dare you speak to senior brother Yao like that? Lu Ming, what's with your attitude? As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, a few youths from the law enforcement hall shouted. Lu Ming pursed his lips and could not be bothered. Lu Ming, you attacked a fellow disciple for no reason. Your methods are vicious and vicious. You're simply insane. This is a serious violation of the sect rules. Now, you're going to chain yourself and follow us back to the law enforcement hall to accept your punishment. A young man in a red robe walked out and shouted. Then with a clang, he threw a thick chain in front of Lu Ming. That's right. Lu Ming, surrender and listen to the punishment. The other youths from the tribunal council also shouted. I broke the sect rules? Why don't you ask me why I made a move? Lu Ming sneered. You don't have to ask much about this. Anyway, we saw you attack and severely injure your fellow disciples. You even destroyed the Star Moon Tower. This is a serious crime. The red-robed youth concluded. Hee, let me tell you now that I am not guilty. I am only punishing the sect's vermin. The Star Moon Tower used an extremely low price to forcefully buy the materials of the new disciples. Once they refused, they would deal a heavy blow. One of my friends is still unconscious. Why don't you guys investigate this? Lu Ming said coldly. Nonsense, he's slandering us. There's no such thing. Senior brother Yao, you have to help me. Chen Yuexing's cultivation level was high, so she didn't faint. She cried out loudly. Slander? Do you think the others are blind? Lu Ming said. Oh? The red-robed young man turned to the young men from the Vermilion Bird Hall and said, Who among you saw the Star Moon Tower forcefully buying materials? He even attacked and injured someone? But I'm warning you, you'd better think carefully before you speak. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful of trouble coming from your mouth. A threat. This was an undisguised threat. The new Vermilion Bird Hall disciples were about to tell the truth, but their expressions changed when they heard this. As for Yao Tianyu, he stood at the side. Although he did not say anything, his aura was overbearing. When he casually swept his gaze over the crowd, the disciples' faces turned even uglier. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Yao Tianyu's lips curled into a sneer. The other disciples of the tribunal council followed suit. The red-robed youth said, Lu Ming, it seems like no one can testify for you. What else do you have to say now? Why aren't you surrendering? Hee. Lu Ming sneered and swept his gaze across the new Vermilion Bird Hall disciples. When they saw Lu Ming's gaze, they blushed and lowered their heads in shame. But still no one spoke. Lu Ming, what are you looking at? Was he trying to threaten them? With the tribunal council here, don't even think about it. Why don't you surrender? Was he trying to resist? Brothers, get ready to attack. The red-robed young man shouted, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness. A few days ago, he went to summon Lu Ming and was thrown out of the door by Lu Ming. He regarded it as a great humiliation. Law Enforcement Hall? What bullshit enforcement hall? I've learned something today. If you want to make a move, then do it. It's impossible for me to surrender. I, Lu Ming, am not afraid of a battle. Lu Ming held the long sword in his hand and stood proudly. His slender figure was like a tall and straight mountain peak, full of unyielding and unswerving determination. Before he came here today, he had already thought that Yao Tianyu might be behind all this, even though he knew that he had almost no chance of winning against those on the bronze list with his current cultivation. But he still came and did it. This was his heart. He would do what he wanted to do and what he should do. At worst, they would just fight a bloody battle. Looking at Lu Ming's figure, the new Vermilion Bird Hall disciples felt even more ashamed. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a voice was heard. The skinny young man who was saved by Lu Ming earlier clenched his fists tightly. His face was flushed and his body was trembling. He strode out. I can be a witness. What senior brother Lu Ming said is true. The Star Moon Tower forcefully bought the materials of the Vermilion Bird Hall's new disciples. They only gave 1 tael of Asilaverer for the 1,000 taels worth of items. If they don't obey, they will give them a good beating. There was a senior who refused to obey. He argued with Chen Yuexing and Chen Yuexing broke his bones. He was seriously injured and fell unconscious. Senior brother Lu Ming only attacked because he stood up for us. He did not break any sect rules. Don't. The skinny youth shouted, his voice spreading far and wide. Shut up, how dare you! The red-robed young man suddenly shouted, interrupting the skinny young man's next words. He then stared coldly at the skinny youth and said in a deep voice, Brat, how dare you! I can tell that you're Lu Ming's accomplice. How dare you help Lu Ming to bring disaster to the sect? You even tried to deceive the law enforcement hall. Your crime is unforgivable. Today, you're with Lu Ming, so you can't escape your punishment. The skinny young man's face turned pale and his voice trembled. No, you can't do this. I'm telling the truth. No need to talk nonsense, attack. At this moment, Yao Tianyu finally opened his mouth. He was decisive and direct. Junior brother, you should step back. Lu Ming waved his palm and essential qi gushed out. The thin teenager retreated into the crowd. Lu Ming was facing the law enforcement hall alone. He didn't say anything, but the unyielding battle intent on his body explained everything. Fight to the end. Let's attack together and take down Lu Ming. It's fine as long as we don't kill him. The red-robed youth shouted. Bas! And NBSP, whoosh! At that moment, more than 10 youths from the law enforcement hall pounced on Lu Ming. The sword qi, palm wind, and fist force instantly enveloped Lu Ming's entire body. The disciples of the Tribunal Council were all very strong. Even the weakest of them was a 6th-grade Master Realm. Ultimate flowing light. Buzz! The sound of the sword rang out, and the sword light burst forth. The sword qi burst out. Lu Ming charged into the crowd. Clang! Clang! Boom! Boom! The sounds of clashing and explosions rang out. Then, a few figures retreated. It was the disciples of the Tribunal Council. They had all been stabbed in the chest with a wound that went straight to their bones. They fell heavily to the ground and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The disciples of the 4 courtyards were shocked. Lu Ming was too domineering. Not only did he start a war with the people of the law enforcement hall, but he also injured a few experts of the law enforcement hall in one move. Strong, he was too strong. One had to know that there were many 8th-grade Master Realm experts in the Tribunal Council. Let's go together. The red-robed young man shouted from the side. Bas! And NBSP, whoosh! More enforcement hall disciples rushed toward Lu Ming. This time, there were over 30 enforcement palace disciples. Kill! Lu Ming roared with an imposing manner. He had his eyes on the red-robed disciple and rushed in that direction. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.